Hello, and welcome to this, our 102nd live stream. PhD in Old Testament or Cognate field? A false dilemma. And it is really sort of true because, well, PhDs pretty much learn very, very similar skill sets across the board. So it's not your only choice. So anyway, I want to welcome you to tonight's live stream. Thank you very much for joining us tonight. Here we take your questions on ancient Egypt and the Bible, and luckily here we have our normal starting time, thanks to a new enlightened employer. So anyway, we're going to take your questions as always. Super chats have priority. If you're not going to post a super chat, which is totally fine. We take non-super chats too. We ask that you put a Q and a colon at the beginning of your question so I know it's oriented to me. I also ask that you only post the question once. And we will, because I scan and make mental notes of where things are. So we would definitely appreciate if you only post any question once. The other thing is, if it's something to do with a Bible verse or a foreign word, we ask that you give us a little context. In the case of a Bible verse, what book it's in, the chapter and verse, so I don't have to scramble around the entire Bible looking for it. The other thing is, if it has to do with a foreign word, just tell me what language you think it is in and what you think it means. Just again, just to have a little bit of context to narrow things down. So, with that said, let's get into the questions. And we are going to start off tonight with 4 non-super chats. The first one here is from AWL. And he asks, what are your thoughts on the Trojan War? Also, are there any Egyptian accounts that mention it or a similar conflict? That last second question is more difficult to answer. And the reason is because there is some record of Egypt rendering assistance to the Hittites. Now, I do think the Trojan War was a real event. I think almost every scholar now thinks it was a real event. Between essentially Mycenaean Greeks and Hittites. And what we call the Trojans were really Hittites. So it's sort of the Hittites' westmost colony that's under attack during the Trojan War. The Trojan War takes place somewhere between roughly 1194 and 1084, and corresponds roughly to the Late Bronze Age collapse. So it's part of the crumbling of the Hittite Empire. So I think it's a real event. There is some evidence that the Egyptians knew about it. Particularly, I think there was a scarab found in, I think it was Troy City 7, I believe it was. The one that corresponds roughly to the big destruction layer there in the 12th, 13th century Troy. So there was some trading relations between Troy and Egypt. We don't know the extent of it. We don't know the extent of Egyptian involvement, but Egypt seems to have been aware of it. So while it's not directly mentioned in Egyptian accounts, and a lot of that is because we don't have a lot of Egyptian accounts regarding foreign powers, there does seem to have been a trading relationship there, and to what extent, we're not exactly sure. But we do know that the Egyptians and the Trojans were had diplomatic relations of some kind around that time. Again, this is after the peace treaty. This is after the peace treaty between the Hittites and the Egyptians was signed in roughly 1260. I think it was 1268-ish. So around 1270. Around 1270, the treaty ending the Egyptian-Hittite War was over. Okay? So at that point, the Egyptians and the Hittites had good relations. So it would seem very, very likely that the Egyptians would have rendered some sort of assistance to help the Hittites out here. But they're not on the Greek side, on this conflict. So anyway, thank you very much, Quet, for the question. I hope that helps. The second question here is from Bonbon. And he asks, what happened to all the Ramessides and the descendants of Ramses II, or more generally, displaced royalty, once Dynasty 19 and 20 end and the empire has gone into the third intermediate period? Okay. Well, once they're 2 generations removed from the king, they're really nobody. I mean, really 1 generation away, they're already nobody. So the children of the sons of Ramses II are basically nobodies. The only reason they might have some status still is because being the son of a king would have given them some advantage and privilege to put them in a high position that their children could have inherited. So, for example, some of the sons of Ramses II would have become priests. That's an inheritable position. So that son would pass his priesthood on to his eldest son. So you'd have that sort of inheritance going on. But most of the descendants would just sort of work their way into Egyptian culture and society. You know, some of them would take up trades, like they'd be a scribe, or they would join the army. So they found their way to, as I said, to work themselves into Egyptian culture. So this is just what happened to the sons of most kings, is, you know, that privilege does not last forever. And when you have so many sons and so many descendants of the king, that happens a lot faster than, say, where royal families tend to be small. We see this happening in say, even the British royal family. You know, the children of Princess Margaret. Where are they now? You know, they're working their way into the British society. You know, they might have some privileges, but they're not a big deal anymore. So that's typically what happens to most royal children. And by the time you get to the third intermediate period, you know, you're so removed now from the reign of Ramses II that these people they're in a job. They're pursuing a livelihood. They're not political contenders. They may not even remember who their ancestors were. It just isn't that important at this point. So that's what typically happens to the descendants of most royalty in Egypt, is they just tend to work their way into the culture and sort of disappear, blend in, melt in. They become part of the big Egyptian melting pot. So anyway, I hope that answers your question. Thank you very much for the question. Very much appreciated. Third non-super chat here is also from Bonbon. Why did I and Horemheb share the same temple if the latter deposed, not disposed. The former. Okay. How could the former even begin to build their temple when they reigned only 2 years and were a usurper? Okay. Well, several reasons. In the case of I, we don't actually have any evidence that Horemheb overthrew I. From everything we can tell, I died of natural causes. He was an old man. You know, he was a really old man when he took the throne. So, you know, he already had one foot on a banana peel and another over his grave. So, you know, I don't think there was any necessity there for Horemheb to kill off I. So we don't need to do that. Now, I reigned for 4 years. That's enough time to give your mortuary temple a start. But why let a good foundation go to waste? Essentially. 2 years, 4 years, not enough time to build a mortuary temple. You need a good 10, 15 years to build a mortuary temple. And I just didn't have that kind of time. Now, the big question is, why would somebody I's age even try to start a mortuary temple? That seemed a little iffy right there. Basically, like when Merneptah comes to the throne, he's also an old man. He's in his 60s. Well, his strategy is to steal bits of other people's temples and sort of put them together like Lego blocks. So what Merneptah did was he scavenged other people's temples to build his own. But the fact is, any king of the New Kingdom period could build a mortuary temple. That was more or less expected. So it wouldn't surprise me that Horemheb would just do it anyway. So, you know, I don't think he wasn't seen as as far as we can tell, he was not seen as any kind of usurper. but he also wasn't exactly liked by the Thebans either. Anyone after King I was really not regarded highly by the Thebans. So that put a certain impediment in the construction of some of these buildings, but it wasn't enough for Horemheb to just take over, you know, I's temple, usurp the temple as such, and continue building it. As I said, why let a good temple foundation go to waste? And Horemheb was a very practical man. So anyway, thank you very much for the question. I hope that helped. And our last non-super chat here from the opening here is also from Bonbon. Why did Ramses XI, literally a puppet ruler, well, we'll talk about that, institute the policy propaganda of the Wekhmswt just before the New Kingdom's collapse during a period of strife and chaos? What was the purpose of such ideology? Okay. He wasn't a puppet. Okay? He wasn't a puppet. He was a legitimate ruler over all of Egypt who went insane. Okay? Basically, what a Wekhmswt is, it's not really declared by the king. It's usually declared by the vizier. And what the Wekhmswt is it's a way of saying that the king has become mentally incapacitated and is unable to fulfill his religious duties. Because the king of Egypt had duties, a lot of them. Once a year, he would have to go tour the Nile and visit the major temples of Egypt and present offerings. If you aren't mentally sound enough to perform the ceremonies, you can't do your job as king, and now you have a royal religious state crisis. So what the Wekhmswt was is a way of saying, okay, the king's still alive. He's still alive. But he's not dead yet. But somebody else has to stand in the place of the king to perform the ceremonies. Now, in some cases, this would be a crown prince, but more often than not, it was a vizier or a high priest. When the Wekhmswt happened during at the end of, say, the reign of Mentuhotep IV, Mentuhotep IV had no children. So what happened was the vizier had to sort of step in and take over the duties. And Amenemhat I was that vizier. Likewise, in the case of Ramses XI, well, he had a son who eventually did take over. The Wekhmswt was actually carried out by his vizier Pa-Heri, who was high priest of Amun at Karnak. So it was those other people could fill the role as long as there was a Wekhmswt in effect. But it was essentially a sign that the king had lost his marbles and his capacities. But you still have to carry on the duties of the state. So that was the purpose of the Wekhmswt. It wasn't an ideology. It was a remedy to a crisis. So anyway, I hope that answers your question. Thank you very much for the question. Very much appreciated. Okay, now we're on to super chats. The first super chat here is falling off the screen here. Is that it? What happened here? Okay, I think we got most of it here anyway, but pull it up a bit. There we go. Okay. And it's from Addison Weir for $4.99. Thank you very much for the super chat. How relevant is the ancient Near East in studying the New Testament, if at all? That's a great question. And it is actually highly debated in New Testament circles. Some New Testament scholars think there's no relevance at all. You don't need it. You know, some of them will say, hey, we got Koine Greek, we got the revelations of Jesus Christ, we got the Roman Empire. You don't need that ancient Near Eastern stuff. Others think it's very important to understanding the New Testament. So it's really going to depend. It's going to depend on what philosophy you're coming from. You're going to see this more in, say, less critical, where it's studied more in sort of less critical areas of New Testament scholarship. But say amongst some more critical schools, you will probably see less ancient Near Eastern stuff focused on. And that's because, say, in critical schools of scholarship, there's a lot more emphasis on secondary literature. So in the places where you have huge emphases on secondary literature, you're just not going to get the same attention to the ancient Near East as you would, say, in, say, more exegetical, trying to understand the original intent of the texts, and in trying to understand where the New Testament quotes the Old Testament. Since much of the New Testament is Old Testament, yeah. So, it's going to depend. It's really going to depend on philosophy. I think it's important. I know that's an opinion that many of my colleagues do not share. So anyway, thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. But opinions here are all over the board. All over the board. So thank you so much. Very much appreciate the super chat. Ooh, I did that a lot tonight, didn't I? Okay. The next super chat here is from Addison Weir for $1.99. Thank you very much for the super chat. Thoughts on annihilationism? Ooh. Another. You're into the controversy tonight, aren't you? It is a fair question. I don't buy annihilationism. I know there's guys like Chris Date that are really strong proponents of annihilationism. Fudge was a big proponent of annihilationism. I'm not buying it myself, honestly. One of the reasons I don't buy it myself is because he goes, "This was that controversial." Oh yeah, because you're talking about the final destination of people in, say, the Lake of Fire or Hell, and oh yeah, yeah, 1,000 clever boy. Addison is always stirring the pot. He. It shouldn't be controversial, but it is. And a lot of it is the whole idea of in today's society, the idea of eternal conscious torment is very difficult for a lot of people to accept. Now, with that said, I do think, though, that you run into a problem if you accept annihilationism. And let's go here to the Book of Revelation. Let's see here. Okay. Pull up the Bible here. Revelation. Let's go to the last one here. Here that it is. Let's take a moment to find here. Revelation 22:5. Yes. Okay. Uh, Revelation 22. This is the narrative of the blessed afterlife. Okay, and there shall be no longer any night, and they shall not have any need for light of a lamp, nor the light of the sun, because the Lord shall illuminate them, and they shall reign forever and ever. Okay, let's talk about eternal life. Okay, here's the kicker. Revelation 20, verse 10. Those who are thrown into the lake of fire. And the devil who deceived them was thrown into the lake of fire and brimstone. And the beast and the false prophet are also, and they will be tormented day and night forever and ever. Okay. The problem is, it doesn't just include the devil here, but everybody who followed the false prophet this is the fate of them. The problem is if you deprecate, the word is this forever the ages, this forever and ever, and annihilationists really hate that. It's the clause they really sort of bristle at. The problem is it's the same clause that's being used to talk about eternal life. So you just sort of can't get out of this. And you can just try, and but there's just it's almost inescapable, because it's using the same way repeatedly over and over and over in the same book by the same writer. It's a terrible problem. It's a terrible problem because it uses amplification. It uses amplification. It's not just it's not just saying for the ages, but forever the ages. So, I've heard a lot of annihilationist apologetics here try to describe, oh, well, it's the fire, but the souls of people, they get consumed. Doesn't say that. Doesn't say that. And if anything, there's more to suggest that there's immortality in that punishment of the afterlife than there is, like, for example, I think it was the final chapter of the book of Daniel, where it talks about how the wicked, they will go where the worm does not die. So it also doesn't make a huge amount of sense either to give the dead in Christ new bodies, or sorry, the dead, the reprobate, new bodies, and then just have it all burn up. It's a very strange thing to do, because why give them the power to sense and to survive? I mean, you give body to a spirit so that it survives. Why not just dispel the spirit? If the point here is to put them out of their misery, dispel the spirit. So annihilationism, I think, has a lot of problems. I think it's got a lot of problems. And it really does try to strain the gnat to get where it wants to go. Like, for example, their whole sort of very, very long time interpretation is like the fifth meaning in the lexicon. If you've got to go down to like the fifth meaning to get the meaning you want, you're playing dictionary bingo. So you're just at that point looking for the definition you want to get the results you want. Terrible exegesis. Absolutely terrible exegesis. So anyway, that's my thoughts on annihilationism. Don't buy it for a moment. That's not to say I think that, say a more traditional view of, say, fire and brimstone, hell is the correct one either. I have done videos on, say, what hell is like. And I think a lot of this is analogical language too. So in some respects, they are actually sort of fighting against analogical language. So I think that's very problematic too. So anyway, thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciate it, and I hope that adds some insight to the question. Next one here is from Asin Weir. And it is, okay, for $19.99. Thank you very much for that generous super chat. And he says, in your recent short on the 10 plagues, not being an insult to the Egyptian gods, you said that the idea was proposed by someone named Currid. Do you mean John Currid? Yes, I do. Author of the book Ancient Egypt and the Old Testament. Yep, that's the guy. And he basically takes that idea that the 10 plagues were meant to be challenges to the Egyptian divine pantheon, and he sort of runs with it. The problem is, again, once you start looking at the sort of the details of that theory, it just sort of falls apart. So, Currid is a smart guy. Currid is a very smart guy, but he's also a Palestinian archaeologist, Syro-Palestinian archaeologist. So, I think his understanding of Egyptian mythology is very cursory at best. So, anyway, thank you very much for the super chat. Very, very much appreciate it, and I hope that helped. The next one here is also from Addison Weir for $1.99. Thank you very much for the super chat. So, why were there dinosaurs in ancient Egypt? Well, there were definitely fossils. You can go on the tombs and see pictures of snakes with several legs and wings. I'm not sure those are dinosaurs, but I'm sure some conspiracy theorist is going to grab those tomb drawings and run with the idea that there were dinosaurs in ancient Egypt. But yeah, maybe the dinosaurs helped the sound foxes build the pyramids. Well, who's going to do the heavy lifting? I mean, really? You know, just like Fred Flintstone and the Brontosaur? Yeah. The sound foxes are controlling the brontosaurs. You know, that's how it works. Wow. Yeah, I mean, maybe this is something Kent Hovind would be interested in, you know? Boy, wow. I mean, yeah, that was squirrely stuff. I'll say that. That was definitely squirrely stuff. Yeah, could be. So anyway, thank you very much for the super chat. Very, very much appreciated. And I don't know how much more I can help you out here on dinosaurs in ancient Egypt. But thank you for the support. Okay. Now, there, StreamYard. Okay, and the next one here looks like it's from Billy Ningen for $10. Thank you very much for the super chat. Hi, Dr. Folk. Hello, Billy. 2 weeks ago, I posted a syllogism against divine council theology, and you pointed out the fallacy. I reformulated the argument. Please see below. Ooh. Okay. Bring it up, the argument here. And his argument is, mankind is a representative of the living God. Idols are non-living entities. Idols are images of the gods. Conclusion, therefore, idols are representatives of non-living gods. Is this sound? Thanks. Not really. I can see you're trying. Okay, I can really see you're trying, and doing syllogisms is hard. really, really hard because there's a lot of ways you can mess this up. Okay. Yeah, I think he's going to have to tweak some of this because I can see what you have here is a false equivalence. Okay. We have a false equivalence here. And we'll explain how this works. And what we'll do is we'll do a reductio ad absurdum. Okay. So we're going to replace the word idol here with the word photograph. Okay. And gods with people. Okay. So, premise 1, mankind is a representative of the living God. Photographs are non-living entities. Premise 3, photographs are images of the people. Therefore, photographs are representatives of non-living people. Okay. What we've done is we've shown just by using something slightly different here that the syllogism is not valid because a photograph could be of a living or a non-living person. So what's going on in your syllogism here is you lack what's called necessary connection. You have a false equivalence necessarily here between non-living entities and, say, gods. That's what you've done here. Maybe true, but it's not. The syllogism itself isn't valid. That means that the conclusion does not follow from the premises. Okay? I mean, I admire your attempt to do this. Okay? I admire your attempt to construct a syllogism like this. But understand, it's difficult. You're not trying something easy here. So you definitely are to be commended for making the effort. But it's difficult to do. It's really, really difficult to craft a well-formed argument. You got to understand, too, that when philosophers, try to create arguments, they're putting a lot of time into this. Years. Some... Their peers just they spend years working on a syllogism, and then they present a paper after 20 years, and all their peers rip it to pieces in minutes. Yeah. So yeah, you've definitely got a validity problem here. So Patui points out it's undistributed, so it's not a valid syllogism. Yeah, correct. Yeah, it's not distributed. So yeah, it ain't gonna work. Sorry. You're gonna have to probably go back to the drawing board on this one. But thank you for trying. It's at least you're starting to think about this. What you might want to do is you might want to take a good course on logic. And a good course on logic will sort of show you how to do a proper syllogism and how to avoid some of the common errors, informal fallacies, and even some formal ones as well. So anyway, thank you very much for the super chat. I hope that helped, and I hope I wasn't too mean on you. But thank you very, very much for the support and for the super chat. Okay. Next one here is from Billy Ningen again for $5. Thank you very much for the super chat. Dr. Falk, is the idea that the evolution from polytheism to monotheism is still around in Old Testament scholarship? Yeah, it actually does linger. Dr. Heiser has debunked it with his works. It has been pretty well debunked. This is what's called the history of religion school. And it was the idea that religion tends to evolve from less complex to more complex. And the idea is that religion starts off as being animistic, and then polytheistic, and that evolves into henotheism, and then finally henotheism evolves into monotheism. Now, the problem is history is messy, and the history of religion is really messy. There are enough counterfactuals out there that sort of put this theory kind of down. Like, for example, there are several times in history where henotheism emerges out of monotheism. You know, for example, a big example of this is fairly recently is Mormonism. You know, Mormonism is essentially a henotheistic religion that's emerged out of monotheism. So there's enough counterfactuals available that it really the theory isn't doing well. It's still taught. You know, there's some places that still teach it. But yeah, well, a lot of and the fact is, there's a lot of bad critical theories that are still walking around the earth, like sighing zombies. But once you start a theory like this, it's really hard to put it down for good. Okay? It's almost like it takes a life of its own. And, you know, it'll become completely deprecated at one point, and then somebody will breathe new life into it, and it comes right back. So, I wouldn't place any credit in the theory. I think the credit has seen better days. But it's still around. It's still around. There's still some people who are teaching it. I wouldn't teach it myself, except as a historical footnote. Really. But
there's something to the fact, too, that God says he showed up face to face to certain people, and it's like God just appears before you that I am the only God. You'd be a monotheist.
Well,
evolved from anything other than a personal encounter.
Yeah. Yeah. But, you know, divine revelation is one of those things that, you know, it happens, but again, there's a lot of exceptions to that it just was not a viable theory. So anyway, thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated, and I hope that helped. Kiara Falk has such a scary voice. You do? Okay. Bonbon, are you sure you should be saying stuff like that? Well, I can hear you a bit off the mic. But I don't have a lot of soundproofing on this mic, so it will pick up other voices in the room. Okay, next super chat. How dare you, Bon Bon, says Bane Ray. All right, our next super chat here is from Tim Miara for 5 British pounds. Thank you very much for the super chat. Genesis 13:3 has Abraham and Lot parting near Ai and Bethel. Verses 10 to 11 said, Lot saw the land and went east. Your location of Sodom is 60 miles south and mountains block the view. Yes, it does. So what's going on here? He did go east. Now, the problem with those lands on, say, the east side of the Jordan is that their rainfall is not as consistent as it is in the west. Okay? So when they're think of Ai and Bethel as sort of a dividing land down the center of Canaan. You know, you sort of have Judean foothills and the coastal plain to the west, and you have Jordan on the east. What we know of the precipitation cycles in Jordan is sometimes it looks gorgeous. Sometimes they get some really great rains, and the whole area just comes alive. The problem with that stretch of land in Jordan is when it dries up, it will also go through incredible droughts too. This is actually one of the reasons why Ruth and Naomi in the book of Ruth have to leave the land of Moab, because it dries up. Now you got a famine. Now there's nothing to eat. Now you have to go elsewhere. This is exactly what happens to Lot. So, Lot sees this beautiful, gorgeous, just lush, green fields on the other side of the Jordan. Tempting. He's looking at it with his eyes. Okay? But the reader of the text is going to read that and say, Jordan is risky, Jordan has its ups and downs, So Lot goes over there, and he can't stay. Nobody can stay there, at least for huge amounts of time, especially if you've got a large flock. You're going to have to move that flock on. So while he takes that land, he can't keep it because the rains won't let him. So Bonbon says your voice used to remind him of a school teacher. She was a school teacher.
Yeah.
She never yelled, though. Okay, so what's happening is that, Lot has to go to greener pastures. And there's only really one place way for him to go, and that's closer and closer to Sodom. So even though Sodom is not in visual sight of where they parted ways at Ai and Bethel, Lot can't stay there. Lot is just not going to be able to stay on that land, and everyone knows it. So he's gonna have to drift closer and closer to a city where he can find springs and silage to feed his flocks. So that's what's going on in this passage. Anyway, I want to thank you very much for that super chat. I hope that explained it. But yeah, that's the problem with what Lot took, is he didn't understand that there's a cyclical component to the rains on that side of the Jordan. So anyway, thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciate it, and I hope that helped. Okay, the next one here is from Superjam for $9.99. Thank you very much for the super chat. In 2 Kings 5:27 and Numbers 12:10, leprosy is described as a condition causing the skin to be white as snow. Besides leprosy, are there any other skin diseases common in the ancient Near East? Okay, I am unfortunately not a pathologist, and I'm not a dermatologist. So I imagine there'd be other diseases, and leprosy in the ancient Near East is kind of a catch bucket anyway for any sort of ulceration of the skin. The idea that you have a big, infected or, pussy mass on your skin. So, there's a lot of skin conditions that can fit under that sort of catch bucket. And really, what we're talking about here is sort of a catch bucket of diseases here. So there could be all sorts, but again, I'm not a dermatologist. I'm not a pathologist. I don't know what the range of skin diseases were in the ancient Near East. So I can't really answer that question But it was a problem, and frankly, it's still a problem over there. So that's probably the best I can help you out here. Again, I think there are some textbooks on disease in the ancient Near East. I know there was one on disease in Egypt. I don't remember who wrote it, but man, it escapes me what the name of who wrote it. But there was a book, an entire book on disease in Egypt, but I can't remember for the life of me who wrote it now. So anyway, thank you very much for the super chat. I'm sorry I couldn't be more helpful here, but that's the sort of the best I can do here. If I could probably look it up on my and get a different answer or a better answer later on, but you know, again, this is going to require a bit more diving and probably a bit more medical training than I have at the moment. So anyway, thank you very much for the super chat. Really, really appreciate it. Okay, another one here from Super Jam for $4.99. Thank you very much for the super chat. Where are some potentially untapped archaeological dig sites that you believe could contain crucial information in support of the Bible? Oh, that's a tough question. I think these days most archaeologists are not so much looking for sites just to support the Bible. They're looking more for sites that will contribute to the understanding of the culture as a whole. So I don't think you're going to get even many. I mean, you still get guys like ABR who go to a site looking to support the Bible. I think a lot of because they've got that agenda in mind, I think they're doing a disservice to the field. Because they're already going with their conclusions in mind. You know, like, for example, this whole, was it Tel El Maktir? You know, they think that's the city of Ai. Now, I think they're wrong. I think there's a lot of good reasons to discount Maktir as Ai. But they have they've got what they think is what they believe is an identification. They have a ideological agenda that's coloring their chronology. So I don't think they're going to get much. I mean, there's stuff they've gotten from, say, Shiloh. You know, they've actually gotten some stuff out of Shiloh that's been quite interesting. But I think if you go in with the mindset that this is going to be something that amplifies upon the Bible, well, that's tough. I would rather somebody go in with a good, say, archaeological methodology. You know, we just found this site. We don't know what it is. Keep an open mind. Keep an open mind. Keep an open mind. We find a site. Let's start digging, and let's see what we find. Let's see what the evidence says, and we'll take our conclusions from that. So I'd rather have that approach when say, digging an untapped archaeological site. Now, I think there are some good untapped archaeological sites, at least some that are not completely picked over yet, like Ichitawi. We now know from satellite photographs the rough location of Ichitawi, which was the Middle Kingdom capital of Egypt. I think that's going to be a juicy site when they actually get down to excavating that. I mean, I think that one's going to be awesome. Really, I do. I think they're going to find some awesome stuff, especially if they start hitting some temples. If they start finding some temples there, oh my gosh, that could be a game changer. At least as far as our understanding of, say, Egypt at the time of Abraham. So there's that. I also think, too, that a lot of, say, the big biblical sites have already been dug. You know, like Gezer and Hatzor. Jerusalem, not so much because it's a hot area. If you could dig more of Jerusalem, that would be very interesting. That Jerusalem is definitely what I would count as an untapped site. But it's the places where it's most likely to have really great stuff are also the most religiously contentious places in the world. You're not going to be able to excavate on the Temple Mount. Sorry. I mean, you'd get some great stuff out of that, but boy, you'd have a riot on your hands. I still think there's also some work that can be done with, say, some of the Philistine cities too. Like Ekron. I think Ekron could use a little more love. Gaza has produced some really good results. Ashkelon has produced tremendously good results. The excavation at Ashkelon was incredible. So I think if we could do a little more digging at, say, Philistine sites, I think that would be excellent. Really, really could produce some excellent work there. And that could open up some insight into the Bible as well. So there's a few sites there that I think still have potential, but there are problems with a lot of those sites just because of, say, the contentious religious issues and, say, well, in some cases, they're still built over. Like, for example, Ramses, which is Tel Qantir. It hasn't been excavated. It still is untapped. Now, in the case of Ramses, they've done CZ magnetometry and ground penetrating radar, so they've mapped out the whole site. But there's still a village living. This is still a villager there. It's a small local farming village, but it's a village. I've been there. You go there and there's people with their carpets hanging out their windows, to dry. They've got laundry lines across the street. People live there. You guys just can't bulldoze down all the homes and start digging. Although that has happened. Like, for example, we do know that they did that with West Thebes. Some of that was illegal housing, okay, but some of it wasn't. They got everybody who was living in, say, on top of, say, the necropolis at West Thebes out of those homes, and they bulldozed them down. But it wasn't without a lot of people thinking twice that maybe this is not such a good thing. So, archaeology tends to be more considerate these days towards the local population than it had been, say, in the 1920s and even up to, say, the 1980s. So, anyway, I hope that helped. So there's a few really good archaeological sites that could be still tapped, but some of this is going to take time. It might involve issues of eminent domain and, say, a reconciliation of, say, religious differences. So anyway, thank you for the super chat. Very, very much appreciated. Okay. Our next one here is from JP for $2. Thank you very much for the super chat. Is pantheism or classical theism biblical? Wow. That is a good question. Now you're gonna have to you have two questions here. Panentheism, sorry. Panentheism. Now, panentheism is the idea that God is everywhere. It's very, very similar to immanence. Now, there are biblical scholars that do hold to panentheism. I know there's a lot of Greek Orthodox that hold to panentheism, but by no means all. I more take the idea of, say, true presence versus divine energies when it comes to, say, those sorts of issues. So I don't think panentheism is biblical, and The reason why is it sort of breaks the whole issue of God fleeing from sin, which is a theme that you find, like God withdrawing his presence from sin. You know, you find this theme going from Genesis all the way through to the crucifixion. So, panentheism would not be a biblical theme, but some scholars, some theologians do hold to it. Okay? Just like you find some scholars who hold to biblical theism, classical biblical theism. So, it's not one or the other kind of thing. It could be something in between, too. So these are not, say, diametric opposites. I mean, you can be a classical biblical theist and be a panentheist. That is definitely possible. Maybe a bit tricky, but it's possible. There's nothing that prevents it. The only thing that might prevent it is that your typical classical theist is going to be a 3-omni, not a 4-omni, have a 4-omni conception of divinity. What I mean by the omnis here is, say, the Greek words that are used to represent God's attributes. Omniscient, which is all-knowing, omnipotent, which is all-powerful, and omnibenevolent, all good. That's your 3 omnis. The 4th omni would be omnipresent, which at least the church in the West has thoroughly, deprecated. You get a few people in the West that held to the idea of immanence or panentheism, but guys like Martin Luther, but he couldn't defend it. So it's one of those things where it's a rare thing to find in the West. You find it more in, say, Eastern Orthodoxy, but again, it's not universal by any means. But I have a difficult time being an Old Testament scholar. An Old Testament, where my focus is on the Old Testament and seeing the themes of the Old Testament, reconciling that with panentheism. You do need at least that idea of God's withdrawing his presence away from sin, so that he asserts his mercy on mankind. Because sin in the presence of God is not a... How do I say this? It's a bad combination. Something's going to give there, and it ain't going to be God. So, God cannot have sin in his presence. And that's just sort of the fundamental so anyway, hope that helped. I hope that gave some explanation and some insight in this. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very, very much appreciate it. They're still debating whether you sound scary. Okay, the next super chat here is from Lovecanned7 / Minecraft the Diamond for $5. Thank you very much for the super chat. Is there any archaeological work for the book of Job or Esther? And what's your favorite discovery proving the Bible? Okay. I'll answer the last one first. My favorite discovery is actually the Merneptah stela, that puts the Israelites in Canaan around 1217 BC. So that would be consistent with what we would know of the time of Joshua and the Judges. So anyway, That's that would be my favorite sort of archaeological discovery. Now, archaeological work for Book of Job or Esther, that's going to differ depending on the book. In the case of Job, we don't know where the actual location of Job was supposed to take place. Probably in the country of Aram, so up in Syria. So it's going to be hard to nail that down. In the case of Esther, you're talking here about Nineveh. Now, because that's sort of the center of the Persian Empire. There is actually a lot of excavations that were done at Nineveh. The British Museum did a huge excavation at Nineveh. You can go see the reliefs in the British Museum. Lots and lots of reliefs from Nineveh. So there's any so we don't have as much for Esther per se. For example, we don't have any records of Esther herself. But we do have records for her husband, Ahasuerus, which was Xerxes I. So we do have records for him. But at the same time, too, getting all those little court records and court documents can be a difficult thing at times. So there's more archaeology surrounding Esther than there is for Job, but that's again because we can nail it down easier. So anyway, thank you very much for the super chat. Very, very much appreciated. Mystery Flavor for $20. Thank you very much for the super chat. Thank you for your show, Dr. Falk. Well, you're most welcome. In Genesis 47:9, it sounds like Jacob is describing his literal personal age. Also, why were the days of his sojourning shorter than his father's? Okay. Now, let's talk about this, because this gets tricky, okay? Because things are not quite always what they seem. Go to Genesis 47 and verse 9. Okay, and he says, so Jacob said to Pharaoh, let's back it up a little. Verse 8. And Pharaoh said to Jacob, how many years have you lived? And Jacob said to Pharaoh, the years of my sojourning are 130. Few and unpleasant have been the years of my life, nor have they attained the years that my fathers lived during the days of their sojourning. Okay. We don't know exactly how old Jacob really was. Again, I am going to assume here that this is a sort of a clan longevity, not a personal longevity. So again, as patriarch, and he is progenitor of this clan, he can take on that sort of longitudinal view and apply it to himself. Now, why would I say this is not necessarily the case then, that this is a personal longevity? Because of Sarah and Abraham. Okay, we go to say, let's find it here. Okay, let's see if I can find this. Okay, Genesis 17:17. When Abraham receives the promise, okay, that he was going to, bear a child. Then Abraham fell on his face and laughed and said in his heart, will a child be born to a man 100 years old? And will Sarah, who is 90-year-old, bear a child? Well, How old was Terah when he gave birth to Abraham? He was in his 130s. Why is this a surprise to Abraham? Why is it surprise knowing his ancestors? And if we assume that these are literal ages, apply to single persons, why is this a shock to Abraham that somebody who's old will have a child? It doesn't make a whit of sense if we assign this the idea that these are personal ages. But oh boy, it makes a whole lot of sense if you're talking about clans. Then that surprise makes sense. We also know, too, that, say, the descendants of Jacob here, especially the ones of Moses in Exodus chapter 6, average around 130 years each. That seems to be a fairly typical number for a clan lifespan. Yeah, maybe Abraham was just in a silly, goofy mood. Yeah, I don't think so. No, I think the author here is being very intentional about what's going on here in the text. Okay. I think Abraham is old. I think his wife is old. I also don't think they're as old as all that. So I think we have to keep at least the possibility open that we are dealing here with clans, not just individuals. So anyway, that's my reasoning here. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciate it, and I hope that helps. Asim Weird for $4.99. Thank you very much for the super chat. What is your view on the image of God? Substantive view, relational view, functional view, royal view, human identity view. Okay. That's a tough question for me to answer because there's a lot of writing done on this. Many people have a lot of different views on this. Kiara's probably a better person to ask on this question than me on this one, actually. However, I'll give it a shot. I don't take the functional view. Let's discount that right there. I don't take the functional view, and I don't take the royal view. I also don't think the others are all that convincing either. I think that I take a cultic view on the image of God. But I think the cultic view also has some advantages too, in that it's not subjective, so it doesn't depend upon human faculties. One of the things I don't like about, say, the functional view is it says, okay, the ability of humans to imagine, to reason, to feel, these are things that we share with God, therefore, that's the image of God. Then you start getting a problem there of what happens when those faculties become taken away. What happens if you're in a coma? Do you cease being human now? I think that's a very, very dangerous view. And unfortunately, the functional view has been very, very dominant in this question. So I think that we have to be careful about exactly what we assign to the image of God. And again, an overreading here is going to be very, very problematic. So I take a cultic view. I think an image of God is language, it's cultic language. It's the idea that God has made idols, and we are his idols. We are meant to hold his image, and to, like, for example, the whole idea of an idol in the ancient Near East is basically a vessel that holds a spirit, holds or traps a spirit. So I think that's what it's driving at here, as in the image of God, is that we are God's idols holding his spirit. Now, it's not the same as God himself, but the nefesh, the breath of God, is within us and gives us life. So, in that respect, it's an objective sort of thing where God sees us and says, "These are my images." So then it doesn't matter if you lose your faculties, if you go into a coma, you're still in the image of God, because God sees you as his image. So this is why I take this position over, say, other, say, more human-centered approaches to the problem. So that's what I think is very. This is why I like this approach to the question a lot better, is because it doesn't rely on human faculties, human abilities, or even, say, human opinion at all. It's based upon how God sees us, not how we see ourselves. So anyway, I hope that answered your question. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very, very much appreciate it. Okay. True History for 199. Thank you very much for the super chat. What's the best way to debunk alien pyramid theorists? Oh boy. Well, the fact is, this is two ways you can debunk alien pyramid theorists. The one way is actually just to go into the history of how pyramids were made. They all focus on the pyramid at Giza. And they're not the only ones who do this. You know, they're not the only ones who focus on Khufu's pyramid. When I saw that recent video by Kent Hovind, you know, he basically said that was the pyramid of Khufu is the original pyramid, and all other pyramids are copies of that one. No. No. It's wrong. So wrong. Yeah, the Great Pyramid of Giza, the Pyramid of Khufu, was the result of 300 years of pyramid building technology. That means the Egyptians have been making pyramids for 300 years. Big pyramids, small pyramids. Very well done pyramids, really, really crummy, terribly built pyramids. And I think one of the best ways to debunk alien pyramid theorists is show some of the mistakes. Like, Khufu's predecessor had built many pyramids. He built more pyramids than any other king of Egypt. Senefru was a tremendous pyramid builder. He was also did a lot of experimentation, and a lot of his pyramids were not structurally sound. Like, for example, the Bent Pyramid or the Meidum Pyramid. These were engineering debacles. So I don't think the aliens were very much involved with those. The other thing is we now have texts from the Pyramid Age, particularly from the time of Khufu. These Red Sea texts, they describe some of the work that the pyramid builders actually did. Totally human. Totally human. Amazing that. People getting stones on boats, moving them. Funny that. Yeah, so I think that's the best two approaches. Is that you don't need aliens to be involved in the building of the pyramids. Humans had been doing it for 300 years up to that point. And during the construction of that pyramid, humans were involved also. We have it in the papyri. So that's the approaches I would take to this. So anyway, thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. But you're just ultimately not going to convince them. It's a matter of an impoverished imagination. You know, you talk to them and go, I just can't imagine how it's done. Yeah, we got the proof it was done by people. I still can't imagine how it was done. I mean, you're fighting against an impoverished argument by imagination. It's just it's not going to. It's going to be really, really hard to convince somebody who just is relying on their imagination to see whether it's possible or not. And imagination is just not reliable here. So anyway, thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Okay, Samuel Hardwin for $20. Thank you very much for the super chat. Thank you for your work here on YouTube. Well, you're most welcome. I was wondering if you could give any insight into if there's any significance to the signet ring, cord, and staff that Tamar asks Judah for in Genesis 38 other than as evidence. Okay. They're personal items. Now, what's going on here in Genesis 38 is Tamar is she was supposed to get another son. This is levirate marriage. Okay? Basically, the son dies and she wants another. And she's got the right to ask. She's got the right to ask under Jewish Israelite custom and law. No, not the law wasn't done yet, but it was definitely under Israelite custom. And it was essentially to replace, replace the people in the clan. So she had a high respect for clan integrity when Judah himself did not. So she pretends to be a prostitute. And to do the whole pretend to be the prostitute thing, she's taking down a security deposit. And sex workers in the ancient Near East would do this. Just so you couldn't run off. Couldn't run off without paying. So you ask for something really, really valuable, a personal item that they're going to come back and they're going to exchange for the money. Signet rings are very valuable items. Really valuable items. Cord and staff. This is a belt. Okay. So, signet ring, belt, staff. Really hard to say because these are so personal items. I mean, the cord is going to fit around your waist and it's going to be a certain size, and it's but that's the dirty secret here is she's taken a deposit for future payment of services rendered. But instead of hanging around to get paid, she takes off with the stuff. So, and this is so she can prove who it was. Because these items are really specific. Signet ring is going to have his name on it. The cord's not going to fit anyone but him. And he's going to recognize that staff. They'll be cut to his height. He's not going to be able to pretend it's someone else's kid. So that's the significance of these items. They're valuable. They're not items he's going to let out of his possession easily. They are... they're individualized. There's no mistake of who they would belong to. So yes, she is definitely she's definitely playing a long game here. She's playing a long game, and she's doing it in a very, very wise way. But she's also trying to assert her rights under the custom of the levirate marriage. So anyway, I hope that answered your question. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very, very much appreciate it, and I hope that helped. Okay, JP for $5. Thank you very much for the super chat. And he says, I've heard Owen Anderson compare Job with Socratic dialogues and claim the book of Job is one of the earliest philosophical texts. Thoughts? It's really going to depend on how you define philosophy. It is clearly ancient Near Eastern poetry. And there's a lot of poetics in Job. But as a philosophical text, as I said, it's going to depend on how you define. I'm not sure how easily it would compare to Socratic dialogues. Socratic dialogues had a dialectic that went back and forth. And if you read enough Socratic dialogues, you do see that where, one person will question, then, Socrates will answer, asking a different question, and, you get this sort of back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. What we get in, say, Job is a series of speeches. So, I do think that it's going to depend on definitions, really. Could it be an early philosophical text? If you define philosophy correctly, maybe. But then again, if you're defining philosophy sort of that broad, other texts may fall into that same sort of definition as well, such as the Wisdom of Tahotep, which long predates Job, but has its own, say, sort of practical wisdoms. So, this is blurring the lines. This is blurring the lines between philosophy and wisdom texts, really. And there's definitely a long ancient Near Eastern tradition of wisdom texts. We have found wisdom texts all across the ancient Near East, from Egypt to Mesopotamia. And we know there's some even in India. So it's very old, it's very widespread. When it becomes philosophy, is almost seems to be a matter of when it is applied in, say, the more non-religious sphere. So, again, it's going to depend largely on definition of what he means by philosophical text. And that sort of makes this a slippery thing. So anyway, thank you very much for the super chat. Very, very much appreciated. Actually, before I take this one, I'll take this one first. 499 from Super Chat. Thank you very much for the super chat. If I recall correctly, last Friday you said Noah's sons may not have had the same mother. If that is a possibility, then how do we know that? Ooh. Let's bring up the whole thing about Ham. And we are going to try to do this in the way that will not get us banned off of YouTube. So, all right. See if I can find it here quickly. Okay. Genesis chapter 9. And we will start here. Verse 18. Now the sons of Noah who came out of the ark were Shem, Ham, and Japheth, and Ham was the father of Canaan. These three were the sons of Noah. From these the whole earth was populated. Then Noah began farming, planted a vineyard, and he drank of the wine and became drunk and uncovered himself inside his tent. Ham, the father of Canaan, he's telling you paternity here, saw the nakedness of his father and told his two sons outside. Now, this phrase is really, really specific in the Bible. This is a euphemism. This is a euphemism. Ham is basically saying that he had sexual relations with Noah's wife. This is why you get that parenthesis here of father of Canaan. You're being told where Canaan originated from. Ham and Noah's wife that saw that nakedness of his father. That's a euphemism. It's a euphemism for conjugal relations with your dad's wife. So, there's a good possibility, not 100% sure, that Ham was not the son of Noah's wife. Now, we don't know what happened to her. If she had passed away prior to or just after Ham was born and he picked up another wife before getting on the ark. We don't know exactly the circumstances. But it's very, very likely that they were not blood related. Ham and Noah's wife. So, this is how we know it. It's not ensured. There is a possibility here of a consanguineous relationship. That's possible. It's just not all that likely here. So anyway, thank you very much for the super chat. I hope that helped. I hope that explained it, and I hope that it doesn't get us shut down on YouTube. So thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciate it. Okay. Now, I did see a non-super chat up here. Which is from Michael Smith. Why does Jesus get hidden in Egypt? Because he's out of reach. He's out of Herod's reach at that point. And out of reach of extradition. Though that's the reason. It's far enough away. He secondly asks, was there a commandment for the Jews never to go back to Egypt? Yes, but they do it anyway. And in fact, by the time of Jesus, there are actually at least five Jewish colonies in Egypt at the time. Okay. You've got Pelusium, you've got Tel Yehudia, you've got Alexandria, you've got Elephantine, and I think there's even another one. But yeah, you've got a lot of them in Egypt at the time. So there were actually many, many Jews living in Egypt during the first century. So that was the reason. It was a community. Jesus's family could easily escape from the Judean foothills, near the city of David, possibly Nazareth, to Egypt and basically get away. It's the easiest route to escape Herod's grasp, essentially. And there's already flourishing communities there. So a lot of these colonies settled in during, say, the Babylonian exile after the assassination of Gedaliah. So they had already broken that way, way, way back during that assassination attempt. So there was sufficient community and infrastructure that a good Israelite from Judea could go back to Egypt and sort of integrate into a local community. And then it only boils down to sort of what sort of community are you trying to integrate with? Because there were slight differences between all these communities. Some of them were much more into, say, Hellenism and philosophy, and that some of them were very, very strict, observant Jews. Some of them were just people who just wanted to get away from everything, to escape it all. So it's at that point when, say, you have a good Jew escaping, say, local authorities in Israel, we'll then have to decide, well, what sort of community best fits with us. So anyway, it didn't last long, basically until the death of Herod, after which Jesus returned. So anyway, thank you very much for the super chat. The question. Very much appreciated. All right. Please enter a name for 199. Thank you very much for the super chat. Did Israelite monotheism evolve from polytheism? I don't think so. I think that it had more to do with, say, pantheism and henotheism. We do know when Israelite the Israelites come out of Egypt that they're awash in different religious cultures. You have pantheism, you've got henotheism, you've got polytheism, you've got all of that in Egypt. Now, one of the things we know about, say, pantheism is that the nature of God is everywhere. But if God becomes transcendent, pantheism collapses almost immediately into monotheism. The reverse is also true too, where if you've got monotheism and you have, say, an immanent expression of God, it collapses into pantheism. William Lane Craig did an excellent article on this many years ago. I think it was called Send in the Monists or something like that. But it was an excellent article. And he discusses this sort of basically flip-flopping between monotheism and pantheism. Monotheism rarely evolves out of polytheism. Now, polytheism can come out of monotheism. You know, you can have a monotheistic deity, just talk to the tribe next door, add the two monotheisms together, and now you got polytheism. Very easy to do. A little more difficult to convert polytheism to monotheism. So, yes, Bon, William Lane Craig is the apologist guy. Believe it or not, he did actually write some articles and publish them. So, he's not just an apologist, but, you know, he holds a PhD and he has written some articles. But this was a peer review article that he did. So anyway, I think it's more likely that monotheism came out of pantheism and henotheism than it did actually out of polytheism. So anyway, thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciate it, and I hope that helped. If you need more specifics on this, you know, please ask, and we'll explain about how that sort of worked out in Egyptian history. So, thank you very much for the super chat. Destiny Knight 77 for $4.99. Thank you very much for the super chat. Shalom, Dr. Falk. Shalom to you too. Do you think the hardening of Pharaoh's heart in Exodus could be related to the Egyptian concept of the weighing of the heart? It's not unrelated, which means it's related, yes. But it's not just... Here's the thing. When the hardening of Pharaoh's heart is not a one word, it's not a concordant usage. It uses many vocabulary terms to say harden. And that's just one of them. Like the heaviness. It uses the word kavod. It means heavy, weighty. So in that respect, when Pharaoh's heart is kavoded, it becomes heavier. So yeah, this is comparable to the weighing of the heart ceremony, definitely. But the text also uses other words that do mean have slightly different meanings when it talks about the hardening of the heart. Let's see if I can find a couple of them here for you. You got kazak, which means to grow firm or strong. So that's the second one that's used. Let's see what else we have. Kavod in Exodus 8. So there's at least two right there, and I think there's even a third. If I'm not mistaken. There is. I can't seem to find it right now. Kasha, to be hard, fierce, or severe. Okay. So there's three right there. So anyway, so that's three. So you've got weighty or hardened. You've got fierce. You've got severe. You've got strengthened too. So there is actually, as I said, three terms for God hardening his heart, or the hardening of the heart. So it can relate to that idea of heaviness, weightiness, but it's not necessarily the only term being used here. Unfortunately, our English Bibles all translate this one way. So, you'll just see hardened in the English Bibles, but there's more than one Hebrew word underneath the hood here. So anyway, thank you very much for the super chat. Very, very much appreciated. Okay, JP for $2. Thank you very much for the super chat. Favorite medieval commentary Bible? Next book idea. Oh, I've got so many books I want to write. It's not even funny. I mean, first of all, I've got a chronology book I desperately want to finish. I got like 40% of the way through, and I just had to drop it because I ran out of time. I still want to do the book on, say, the 10 Plagues of the Exodus. Still think that's a book that needs to be done. I'd also like to do a book on archaeological fallacies. And I also want to do, I have to admit, I would love to do, let's just say, an early church fathers study Bible done right. I was so disappointed with the last one that was published. I would love to do that, and I'd love to do it right. Yes, Bon, Dr. Falk needs to find a billionaire patron to support him. That's the only way it's going to happen. It may not be the only way. I mean, the fact is, if this YouTube thing really does take off and, I can live off of it, then, maybe I can get back to writing as well. That would be fantastic. So, yeah, that's the problem. Is I have a lot of books that I want to write. A lot of them. I just don't have the time. So it's one of those things that I think that, book writing's marvelous. Some people hate it. I love it. I absolutely love it. I mean, if I had my wish, I would be in my ivory tower writing books all the time. Because that's what I really enjoy doing. I mean, I love the questions and answers. I love doing YouTube stuff. I love content creation. But my passion is still writing books. So I would love it if I didn't have to do a day job to do that. And frankly, it's one of those things that I think it was... Who was the name of that philosopher? Was it Charles Stove? I think it was David Stove. David Stove. A philosopher out of Australia. He basically says that if you want to do any sort of academic or intellectual pursuit, you need free time. If you're working to put a labor job, full time to put food on your table, or working in the fields, or working in a coal mine somewhere, you don't have the free time to devote to intellectual pursuits. And he's very right. He's very right about that. So, you really need the free time to do it. And I just haven't been able to get that free time. Nevertheless, boy, there's so many books I want to write. As I said, that next one, I'd love to. It's going to be a toss-up between that chronology one and the 10 Plagues of Egypt. But both those books are important and need to come out. I mean, the one on the 10 Plagues absolutely needs to be come out, because I think there's not a lot of good material at the moment that correlates Egypt to the Book of Exodus. I mean, not good material. There's some adequate material, but not a lot of it. At least that's not approachable to the layperson. The chronology book is a textbook I want to write. And the reason is because there's no textbook for chronology at all that's useful across, say, just general theory of chronology, practical, working out the practicalities of it, methodologies, that sort of thing. And I think chronology is one of those things that's taught at almost every university. Every university teaches it. And yet there's not a single textbook on it. It so needs to be done. And it so needs to be done also for, say, Christian apologetics and Christian Bible study. But it needs to be done right. Because when it's done badly, and we see a lot of it done badly, a lot of error then creeps into biblical exegesis. So, okay, we'll answer that. Is it, do you know where that is? Oh, okay. Well, we'll get to that. We'll answer that question from JC in a few minutes. Okay. So anyway, that's the reasoning. Those are the books I want to do. Those are really the books I want to do. So anyway, thank you very much for the super chat, and we will address your follow-up here as well, because I think it's important as well. Let me find it here. I see it. Okay. He has a follow-up question here. What are your specific issues with the early church fathers' Bible commentary? It's not a good... It's a study. First of all, it was meant to be a study Bible. It's not a very good one. Okay? Now, the text it uses is the New King James. Not a great base text, but I know why. I do know why a lot of study Bibles use it in commentaries. It's because it's cheap. It's cheap to license. So there was a little bit of penny pinching there right from the beginning. But my bigger issues with it was, one, there was almost very little text critical work on it. Very little. I mean, this is supposed to be a study Bible. This is supposed to be where you open up the Bible and dig deep with a commentary that's built right into the apparatus. There's a lot of study Bibles out there, and a lot of really good ones. The ESV makes an excellent set of study Bibles. The CSB makes an excellent set of study Bibles. This one wasn't good. Part of the issue, too, is it really didn't dig deep into the Church Fathers. The Church Fathers cover virtually every verse in the Bible to some extent. Now, there's a few that they skip, but but you could have a statement from practically the panoply of church history, covering almost every passage of the Bible. I mean, these people wrote voluminously, absolutely voluminously, and it's not like it's not already indexed. Other scholars have already done that heavy lifting of indexing church fathers. So I don't see how there could have been any excuse when you open it up and see almost no commentary at all. Especially when you get to the Old Testament. The Old Testament has nothing. Like on the book of Exodus, there's almost very little. Places where you would expect notes on, say, textual editions, say between the various versions of the Septuagint, or the Samaritan Pentateuch, or even the Dead Sea Scrolls. Silence. Nothing. Blank apparatus. It's like they spent almost no time upon it, slapped an icon on the cover, and said, hey, it's good. It was a really shoddy job. Really shoddy job. Especially when you compare it to Protestant study Bibles. Protestant study Bibles will give you thorough notes and thorough, basically, texts. They won't touch the church fathers, but they'll give you the archaeological context, text critical notes, notes on various editions, especially on important differences between texts. You find all of that in, say, regular and Protestant study Bibles. So this is why I really, really think that this was a failure. It needs a revision, and it's just been published. And that's a bad statement. You never want someone to say of your edition, hey, you need to revise this again. You got to go back to the drawing board. I think a lot of problems with it, too, was who they had on the editorial committee. They were mostly priests and monks. They did not have a lot of scholars on their editorial committee. They needed scholars on their editorial committee, not just priests and monks. And we kind of got the Bible that would have been produced by priests and monks. So I hope that explains it. As I said, if they had started with, say, a different source text, it would have been a better foot forward, but it just sort of compounded the error. So they started with a bad source text. They ended up with a worse product because they didn't do the work, essentially. They didn't do the work to produce a thorough, good study Bible product. Okay? So, and I hope that explains my opinion about this. As I said, it's a lost opportunity. And that's what I really think is it's unfortunate. I think it is unfortunate that they cut so many corners on this. Lost opportunity. Yeah, it would have been a big book. You're doing a study Bible. It's supposed to be big. You're supposed to drop it on the table and make a big thud. I've got study Bibles that are 5 inches thick. They're supposed to be beefy. So to cut corners, No sense. Makes no sense here. None at all. So anyway, thank you for the question and the super chat and the follow-up. I appreciate it. All right, let's go back here. Okay, where are we? Okay. Okay, here we go. From Lingo's Emlo for $5. Thank you very much for the super chat. Hey, friend. Long time. Yeah, it has been a while. I thought I saw you on there last week, though. Was I wrong about that? Gonna start videos this month and teach Biblical Hebrew in an informal setting, I think is what you're trying to say. Oh, cool. Awesome. That would be fantastic. I think a lot of people would really benefit from that. Yeah, that would be great. We could use, more of that teaching out there. So absolutely go for it. I hope it's a success. It's, as I said, especially that first month. I think, as I've said to people who want to take Biblical Hebrew, the worst part of taking Biblical Hebrew is the first 6 weeks. Get past that, and it's sort of you're cruising after that. But that shock when it comes to the alphabet is for some reason really difficult for Americans to get past. But once they get past the issues of the alphabet and how to read the Masoretic points, it gets a lot easier. So yeah, definitely, this is a resource that could be very useful, very, very useful. So good luck with that, and I'll be looking for that. Thank you very much for the super chat, and when you do get it out, I will see if I can give that link a pump too. So anyway, good to see you tonight, and great idea. Okay, 1,000 Clever Boy for $2. Please pick a non-super chat. God bless. Ooh, okay. Well, thank you very much for the super chat. I'll pick this one here. By Redeemer Tillamook, who asks, Dr. Folk, what is your take on the date of the Sphinx in relation to the weathering that has occurred around the base? So glad you asked that. Some in popular National Geographic shows have claimed that this shows it's old. Well, how old? There's a lot of conspiracy theories as to the age of the Sphinx. Okay? I think it is as old as the temple of Khafre. Okay? And here's the thing. The weathering on the Sphinx is not weathering that occurred with water. It's weathering that occurred with wind. And we do know that the area is subject to incredible amounts of erosion wear. Now, how do we know this? Well, the temple of Menkaure. Now, the stone is of the Sphinx is a natural limestone embutment. It has layers. It's a laminated column of soft and hard limestone. The hard limestone doesn't actually wear down that easily. The soft stuff will wear away like anything. Now, interesting. If you go next door, just you take the Sphinx, you take the causeway, go up to the pyramid of Khafre, you go right next door to the younger pyramid of Menkaure, and you look at the mortuary temple in front of the pyramid of Menkaure, you want to see erosion? Whoa! I mean, it looks like it's been eaten up and turned into Swiss cheese. I mean, it really, literally looks like 4-foot craters outside of the sides of the stones of the temple. Really, it's amazing how much erosion that temple has gone through. It doesn't look like a temple anymore. It looks like a coral reef. It's just phenomenal how badly wind erosion has eaten up that temple. And it's all wind erosion. It's sand and wind combined. And that will just eat away at really soft limestone. So I don't think you can take the weathering around the base of the Sphinx as a sign of age. At least not any older than the Pyramid of Khafre. Just because we have younger temples nearby that have even gone through worse erosion. So, anyway, I hope that answered your question. Thank you very much for the question, and thank you very much to 1000 Clever Boy for sponsoring that question. Okay, let me see. Tony Mulholland for $9.99. Thank you very much for the super chat. When Joseph and Mary went to Egypt, where did they possibly live? And what kind of influences may they have been exposed to? Okay, now, great question. Thank you very much for the super chat. We're not exactly sure where they went. There's, again, several possibilities. Now, the one I'm most likely to rule out here is Elephantine. Elephantine had an Israelite community. It also had basically a worshipping community. However, it was the sort of place you kind of went to if you decided never to come back. So, Elephantine was such a tough place to get to. It was a commitment to go there. So, that's the one area I would rule out. And Elephantine is south by modern-day Aswan. I think the three likely candidates would be Heliopolis, which is also known as Tel Yehudia, Pelusium, and Alexandria. Now, I'd also rule out the Wadi Arish. Wadi Arish is technically in Egypt, and it technically has a Jewish colony. It's also way too close to Canaan. So the Wadi Arish I'd probably rule out. Pelusium, I'd probably rule out for similar reasons. So I think, in all likelihood, it's either going to be Heliopolis at or near Tel Yehudia. And what you have there is you have a temple of Yahweh. And a very, very religious Israelite community there. Very religious. And that temple was still in operation until the time of Claudius. So, very devout religious Israelite community at Tel Yehudia. The other alternative is Alexandria. Now, Alexandria was a cosmopolitan city. It had Egyptians, it had Romans, it had Greeks, and it had Jews. A huge settlement of Israelites. Now, in that sort of cosmopolitan community, you had a blend of philosophies and religions and all that different stuff. It was a center of learning. You had, like, for example, the various public libraries there. It also would have been a very easy place for somebody like Joseph to get work. Because as a carpenter, his his skills would have been in demand. He just had got some money from the Wisemans. He could have bought new tools and started a shop there very easily. So it would have been very economically viable for him to be able to set up home again at that point. Yeah, my guy Philo. Yeah, Philo of Alexandria. Yep, that's the city of Philo. So absolutely, you do find a lot of Jewish learning at Alexandria. Now, the catch is, it also was a hotbed for, let's say, Jewish Gnostic sects too. So, it was sort of the place that really super devout Israelites didn't go to. Super devout Israelites kind of viewed Alexandria a bit like a cesspit. Cesspool, but they would have super devout Israelites would probably have more likely chosen Tel Yehudia. But you can't ignore the economic factors either, especially if you've got a family to raise and mouths to feed. And there are enough capital projects in Alexandria that they could have made a living. So anyway, thank you very much for the super chat. I hope that helped. Very, very much appreciate it. Okay, Addison Weir for $4.99. Thank you very much for the super chat. Is it true that if Indiana Jones were real, he would have been considered progressive for an archaeologist living in the 1930s? Well, archaeologists were always sort of more on the progressive edge anyway. You had guys like what's his name now? Wyndham. What's it? Not Wyndham. Winlock. He was very progressive. Winlock was a very, very progressive guy. So you got guys like him in the 1920s. Okay. So yeah, there were a lot of progressive archaeologists that were out there in the 1920s and 30s. So he would have fit in quite well in some of those camps. Now you did have some that were sort of really conservative, traditionalists, like Lecoq. Okay, but no, there would have been people who in that occupation where Indiana Jones would have fit in quite nicely. Yeah. So anyway, I hope that helped. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciate it. Bane Ray for $5. Thank you very much for the super chat. And he says, for a non-super chat. Do we have another non-super chat? Let's see. Yeah, we've been answering quite a few of them as we've gone here. So I'm not sure if we have we might have one at the beginning here. Mm. Yeah, I'm gonna go actually the other direction, I guess. Still looking for one here that I think is a worthy. Actually, I'm going to take this one from Patui. Oh, okay. So then we'll take that one off. All right. So, okay. All right. I'll have to see that again. 848. We got the current one though. I'm going to try to find another one. Okay, what's that one there? Already answered that one. Maybe. We're out of questions. How can this be? Got to the bottom both ways. All right. I guess we'll take Patui's, and if we come across another one. All right. All right. Do you have any powerful Descendants incantations to use against the IRS? Please speak to my tax attorney. If you need the Fiction's incantations against the IRS, you've got some big problems. Oh boy. All right, that wasn't a serious question, but all right, actually that is actually not a bad question. That is actually not a bad question. That's going to be the one we take for this, then. That's an excellent question. Dr. Falk, how do you know all of this? I read. A lot. I am a voracious reader. I mean, 10 years of grad school helped, to be very honest. Okay? It did refine what sources I do read, but I am a voracious reader. I have a personal library of over 10,000 volumes. I mean, most of them are in electronic format, but in fact, that's the problem with having that many books is that storage becomes a problem. But yeah, that's how I do it. I read every day something. And I don't limit it to just stuff on the ancient Near East. I'm a very curious person. I want to know all sorts of things about everything. So, let's see, do I have this here? Nope, I don't. I mean, I've got books beside me here on, learning second languages, third languages, fourth languages. I've got books on, I mean, I'm trying to, right now, I'm looking at getting my, say, amateur radio certification, because, again, it's curious. I'm interested in what the technology is. Fascinating. How to build a dipole antenna. Interesting stuff. Why are some radio technologies more useful than others in certain cases? Nothing to do with the ancient Near East. Just curious. I'm a very, very curious person. I'm always asking questions. And it's like, ooh, I don't know what that is. Look it up. Read. Uh, should I tell the story about the New Religious Movements class? There was one where we were working with an undergrad. We were in a graduate level class, and we were working with an undergrad. My wife and I took the class together, and the teacher had a special treat for the class because this was a class on studying new religious movements. So he gets this Druid high priest, the head of all the Druids in England, at least self-proclaimed head, but a really high ranking Druid high priest. Okay, and he gets him in on video conference because he wasn't going to fly him from England, but we had the opportunity to listen to his pitch and start asking him some questions. And he said, somebody asked the question, well, in Druidry, is there any creation myth? And he goes, no, there's no creation myth in Druidry. And I raised my hand and I said, well, what about the Book of Four Ways? Isn't there a creation myth in that? He thinks about it. He goes, yeah, I guess there's a creation myth in that. And the undergrad who was working with me goes, how does he know that? The reason I know it is because I read. I saw this archive on ancient Irish literature one day, and I just started reading it for no good reason. You read everything. Get yourself some Loeb editions. Wonderful books. Just start reading them. A lot of what I know comes out of Loeb editions and translation editions. I don't bother reading everything in the original languages, but just get just read. Yes. So absolutely, it was that's how you do it. It's that simple. Is you just keep reading. The other, I will add one other component to this too. Be open to being asked lots of questions. Be open to being asked lots of questions. If people know you got answers, they'll ask you questions. And don't be afraid to say, I don't know. Don't be afraid to say, I don't know. You go back, you look it up, you read some more. Now you know. Now you know. And after you start answering people's questions for about 10 years, there's a lot of things you can cover that you never thought you would. You'd be able to when you started doing this. It's a discipline. It's a discipline, and it's a skill that you can pick up, over time. You can pick it up. It doesn't take. 10 years is not that long. Yeah, it sounds like a long time, but it really isn't. But it's a skill you can pick up. So again, reading, allowing yourself to be asked questions, and you'll pick it up. One of the things that, like for example, Dr. Walter Martin, he was infamous for his ability to be asked questions and he just knew the answers on the fly. Well, there was no secret to this. The quote secret was that he had spent the previous 10 years being asked questions on some street corner in New York. Then he went home and he read. So it's not rocket science. Now, the downside of this, there's a downside to this, which is you can know you've read something and then forgot everything you've read about it. That can happen. Because you've got so much stuff in your head at this point that sometimes your brain will jettison some stuff that you might need a little later. So there is that issue as well. So this is one of the reasons why specialization is so good, is also because specialization keeps it fresh. Keep reading the same stuff over again will keep it fresh. But, that's another issue too. And it's a different issue, but it is one of those things that that can creep in sometimes. Like, I find myself forgetting, knowing I've read a certain scholar's book at one point and not being able to recall anything that they wrote on it. That happens. It happens. You've read it. You got it on your shelf. It's all dog-eared. But you can't remember what the topic is and what he said about it. So, again, this is just one of those things that, the frailty of humanity as you try to, satisfy your curiosity and learn all this stuff. So anyway, I hope that helped. I know this wasn't a directed at me question, but I think this was a good question to select as that sponsored question. So thank you very much for the question. All right, back to the super chats. All right, here we go. I think this is where we left off. Where is it? No. Okay, so do that out of order. So that was Bane Ray's $5 sponsor of a non-super chat. Now, we've already done this one. Here we go. Jose de Correa for $2. Thank you very much for the super chat. Does the angel killing 185,000 Assyrians have evidence? That's a very interesting question. This is one of the most documented events in the ancient Near East. It's documented from the Israelites, and it's also found on a couple of Assyrian historical prisms. Now, what's interesting is what each side says and what each side emits. Like, for example, the Israelite account of this does suggest that 185,000 Assyrians were killed. But we don't have any direct evidence of this. On the other hand, we have a very, very suspicious account from the historical cylinders. And it's odd. It's really odd. Essentially, what the cylinders say is that, I, Sennacherib, have surrounded Hezekiah, trapped him like a bird in a cage, and then he goes home. It just you don't hear anything after that. That was it. Traps him like a bird in a cage. This big buildup of how he's done this siege of Jerusalem, and then just drops it. Sennacherib never mentions any war booty. I mean, if he's gotten tribute, you would have thought that Sennacherib would have at least said, "Hey, we got lots of money. We got lots of gold out of this." Kind of like what happened with Shoshank. Shoshank, threatens to sack Jerusalem. He gets paid off, and Shoshank goes back and says, "Hey, I got all this money." This doesn't happen on the historical prisms. He's got him trapped like a bird in a cage, Denny's home. It's conspicuous by its absence, and I know that's sort of an absence of evidence argument, but it's so darn strange, especially given the Assyrians' tendency to boast about war booty. Like, for example, on the black obelisk of Shalmaneser III, he's showing off the war booty. You see this in other accounts of the historical prisms. They do a conquest. They boast about the dead, about the siege, how many were killed, how much treasure was taken. You don't get silence. It is one of the most bizarre accounts that you do find in history. Because, one day they've got them surrounded. Next day, nothing. He's gone back to Nineveh, or he's gone back to his palace, and that's it. It's over. No treasure, no spoils, nothing. So it is weird. It is a very weird account. So it would give some at least plausibility that a lot of people were killed. Again, we don't know how. Was this, the plague ripping through the camp? Plagues have ripped through camps before, military camps. That wouldn't be the first time something like that happened. Angel direct from God? Why not? But we don't actually have direct evidence of this. But the circumstances surrounding it are darn strange. And a lot of historians, will admit how strange this one was. So anyway, I hope that answered your question. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very, very much appreciated. Okay, Jedi Ghost Bear for $5. Thank you very much for the super chat. Do you think the 700 wives and 300 concubines Solomon had was an accurate amount, or was it hyperbolic? Are there any parallels in ancient Near East parallels for that big of a harem? Yes, there are some that are pretty close. I'm not sure if there were any that were approached 1,000. But the wives would have been the result of treaties. And every little city-state, town, country, empire Solomon would have struck a treaty because of that trade route that he controlled between Mesopotamia and Egypt. So they wanted to get in on that. And to do that, you'd have to sign a treaty, pay some minor tribute, and supply do a swap of wives. This was very, very common in the ancient Near East. We do know guys like Ramses had a lot of wives. A lot of treaty wives. So it wasn't unusual for very important kings to have wives in the hundreds. So, again, not unusual. But, and the concubines, well, those were also in many times supplied as gifts along with the treaty wives. So it's conceivable. It's conceivable that was at least a close number, maybe not 100% accurate, but a round estimate. I think that's more than feasible at this thing, especially at this point in time, with the chokehold that he had, a strategic position he had in, say, the Fertile Crescent. So, but yeah, any important magistrate, any important kingdom would have had something like that. All right. So thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. And I'm just going to take here a small 5-minute break here to get myself some coffee. I'll be right back. Okay. We're back. Ready? All right. Coffee here. Oh, don't worry if your questions disappear from the chat, because while it times out on your end, it doesn't time out on mine. So, yeah, Bon. Coffee means a 24-hour stream, right? Yeah, think again. Okay, here we go. For Patui question, P.S. Imhotep. Imhotep to you too. All right, so I believe that was at... for Patui's question now, 8:48 is, I believe, where it was. Right back. Fortunately, I do have timestamps here. Okay, I think this is the question she's talking about. Thank you very much for the super chat. All right, here we go. Patui says, the Beni Hassan tombs depict Asiatic merchants with goods entering Egypt wearing multicolored tunics. This seems right for misuse by apologists. Genesis 37:3. What historical use does it actually have? Okay, let's see what he's talking about here as far as this. So, Genesis 37. Yeah, this is now Israel loved Joseph more than all his sons because he was the son of his old age. He made him a varicolored tunic. Okay. Now, I don't think this is abused. It could be. I mean, it could be. I mean, anything can be abused if you stretch it enough. Here's what I think is the abuse would be to say that the Asiatic merchants at Beni Hassan, depicted at the tombs of Beni Hassan, those are the Israelites. That would be an abuse. Okay. But to say that Joseph's varicolored tunic wasn't unique because we find them just like the ones that the Asiatic merchants wear and the tomb of Beni Hassan, that would not be an abuse. It would substantiate the idea that Asiatics had varicolored tunics. If used in that respect, that would not be an abuse in the slightest. But to say those were Israelites, that would be an abuse. So again, it's again, how careful are you approaching the data here? And how are you careful that you're not overreading the data and careful that you're not overreading the text? As long as you're careful in both regards, I think you can use this responsibly. So again, I want to be cautious here because I know that they're... Yep. Tui adds here, it does definitely seem that the Middle Kingdom had good trade relations with the Middle Bronze Age Levantine, since merchants are getting an escort. Well, they're actually, interestingly, they're not exactly getting an escort. They are entering. Okay? That is seen as taking place at a checkpoint. And the lead merchant is presenting a writ, basically saying that he is entering into Egypt to trade stone. So, precious stones. So he's got a license. He's got a visa. He's got a visa to enter and leave Egypt to do this trade. So that's a very interesting little detail. It's really hard to see unless you you know where to look for it. But that piece of writing that he hands to the administrator has writing on it, and it tells exactly what their purpose is in entering Egypt. So they're basically there to trade stones and then likely go back to, say, whatever mining communities they're part of, whether that's Serbia al-Qadam or whatever. So it does seem that they did have that, and it does seem that the Asiatic merchants did have varicolored tunics. So I would also say, too, though, we have to then also infer from this that, say, the varicolored tunic of Joseph may have been unique to Joseph, but it was not special, not unique. So, you know, it might have had Joseph's pattern, a particular pattern that that Jacob liked and used on it. Okay, but it wasn't unique, say, across the spectrum of Asiatic cultures. Asiatics seem to have worn these varicolored tunics. So, this is one of the dangers I find, for example, when guys like David Rohl, you know, when he takes a look at the tomb of the 13th dynasty tomb at Avaris and sees a statue of an Asiatic with the fragment indicating a varicolored tunic, and he goes, "Aha, that's Joseph, because he's got a varicolored tunic." Well, no, you can't make that conclusion. That is an abuse. That is an abuse of the evidence, because we know that a lot of Asiatics had varicolored tunics, and Joseph lost his. His varicolored tunic was stripped from him, torn, dipped in goat's blood, and then given back to his father while he was on the fast train to slavery in Egypt. So Joseph loses his tunic. So now, with all that said, there's many ways you can abuse data. Data can always be abused. There's a lot of creative ways you can abuse data. But that doesn't, because you can abuse data, also implies that there's a potentially a legitimate use also. Now, kind of counterfeit currency. Okay? Well, in order for there to be a counterfeit, there has to be a legitimate currency. Just like abused data also infers a correct use of data as well. So I would definitely place that here as depends how they're abusing it. They could have a good use for it. They could have a bad use for it. Again, what are they doing to the data that would make it abuse or make it legitimate? So anyway, Patuya, I hope that helps. Thank you very much to Faye for sponsoring that question. We really appreciate it, and that's a good question because it does come down to how it's being used and how it's being applied. Okay. Next super chat. Is back down here. I think we're at 9:43. Right. Dang. Okay, the next one here is from Addison Weir. For $4.99. Thank you very much for the super chat. Dr. Falk, I don't get this verse. Can you help me? Cites the entire Bible. It must be your total depravity. I knew there was a Calvinist deep down inside of you. Oh, son, keep reading. Keep reading. It'll come to you. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciate it. Okay. And Addison says, pick a passage in Revelation and read in Greek and backwards. Oh, now you know I am going to totally butcher this. Because my pronunciation is awful. But let's pick a passage in Revelation. In Greek. You're going to go to Revelation. Yeah, okay. He doesn't say which one. So, I could just pick one. Oh, let's pick 1:6. In English, and he has made us to be a kingdom, priests to his God and Father, to be him, the glory and the dominion forever and ever. Amen. All right, let's flip that to the Greek. Kai eposan emis or hemas basileus kai eros eres to theo kai patri otu e doxa kai to kratos aistus ianos ton ianon amen. Okay, there you have it. I'm not reading it backwards though. Okay, that is where I draw the limit. People will start thinking I'm I'm possessed if I start doing that. The last thing I want is people wanting to perform exorcisms on me because I'm reading Greek backwards. That would not be a good day. Okay. So anyway, thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Okay. Ancient Egypt Bible, please check your email for donations. Thank you very much for that $50 super chat. Very, very much appreciated. Very, very generous. Thank you so much for your support of this channel. Okay. BC for $10. Australian. Thank you very much for the super chat. Shalom, beloved folks. No question, just a 5-minute wildcard to regale us again on anything you would like to talk about. Thanks and blessings to both of you and the bunnies. Well, we love the bunnies. The bunnies are adorable. We're bunny people. We've been since we lived in Wisconsin. We had a banister that we couldn't have a cat on because it was just so high. So we had to get a pet that couldn't climb up onto a banister and fall down a 30-foot drop. So, so for us, a bunny was the natural sort of go-to pet, and we never turned back. We've loved having rabbits as pets. We know they're exotics. We wouldn't recommend them to most people. They can be very, very difficult animals to keep. But they're also very personable. They're great companions, but they're also very fragile, very fragile. So, yeah, we do appreciate the blessings and we appreciate the prayers, and just thank you so much for the support of the channel. You know. We couldn't do it without people like you. We couldn't do it without the people who are donating super chats. It helps put food on our table and helps keep this channel going. So I so very much appreciate it. Thank you so very much. Okay, Captain Seb for $5. Thank you very much for the super chat. Is the Israelite material culture being almost entirely Canaanite create a problem for the Exodus, as many scholars have pointed out? Well, it's not almost all Canaanite. That's the real thing. I mean, first of all, in the mid-12th century, we see a transition of faunal remains. These are the bones of animals. One of the things about Canaanite culture is those guys ate pigs. Canaanites ate pigs. They ate feral deer. They ate donkeys. They ate dogs. They ate... There's nothing those guys wouldn't eat. I mean, ugh. I mean, pretty. I mean, you even find some remains of wild cats. The diet of the Canaanites was just... Oh, nasty. Yeah, scavengers. Ugh. I mean, there are vultures out there going, hey, I wouldn't touch what the Canaanites are eating. Yuck. So, yeah, there's actually a marked difference between Israelite and Canaanite culture on faunal remains. In Israelite culture, they are definitely identifiable by the lack of pork bones, pig bones, lack of donkey. Definitely no dog or cat. Ew. And this is very, very similar to, say, the faunal remains we find at Avaris. So this appears to be a habit they picked up from the Egyptians, which is very interesting because you don't think of the prohibition on pork being, you think of it being a Canaanite thing, and it really isn't a Canaanite thing. It's really an Egyptian thing. But Israelites seem to have adopted that. And they appear to have adopted that from Egypt. The other thing is that the pottery is different. You find Canaanite ware, you find Philistine bichrome ware, and then you find Israelite ware, and it's very different. It's highly burnished. It's very smooth. It's got this sort of almost brown, smooth glaze over it. It's so highly burnished. I mean, they put a lot. Israelites put a lot of work in their pottery. Canaanite pottery, that's just rough. It's really rough stuff. Philistine bichrome ware, it's white with red and black marks on it, glazing marks. So, the material culture is very different. I mean, it's definitely identifiable. I mean, there's no question that by the mid 12th century that those settlements were Israelite. So I would contest the whole notion that material culture for the Israelites at the proper date of the Exodus. Now, let's be clear about this. You're going to get guys who basically say, oh, Exodus, early date of the Exodus, 1400, it's all Canaanite ware. Well, yeah. Yeah, 1446 BC, it's all Canaanite ware. 1200 BC, it's not all Canaanite ware anymore. You guys, let's say you got Philistine ware, you've got Israelite ware, it's definitely Israelite culture there. So it's not a problem for the late Exodus date. I mean, even guys like Finkelstein, and he's a biblical minimalist too, as far as it goes. Even he will admit by the mid 12th century, you have definitely identifiable Israelite settlements. So, so I think the problem would be, how are they defining the Exodus? And because a lot of them are going to go back to say what they learned in Sunday school and American fundamentalist culture, and they're going to say, oh yeah, we don't see any Exodus in 1446 BC. There was no Exodus. Yeah, that's not even the best choice. So that's what I would say here. And the Israelites will use some Canaanite culture for a while, because they're invading their houses, they're eating their food, they're using their cutlery, and taking over their cities. They're setting up home. So I don't think this is a problem. I think this is something we should expect from a real Israelite conquest. So anyway, I hope that helps. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Okay, let's see what's next here. BC, everyone pray for me to become a billionaire so I can fund Dr. Falk to write books the rest of his life. Oh, may it be so. Alrighty. What's next here? Weir. Okay, for $4.99, thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Why do you think the ancient Near East is relevant for the study of the New Testament? It comes down to how the New Testament writers are quoting the Old Testament. Now, when you look at, say, the early church fathers, they're going to basically make the claims that we recognize who Jesus is by what the Old Testament says about him. So they're going to go back to the New Testament and say, okay, are these New Testament documents going to reflect Jesus as he is portrayed in the Old Testament? They had a very high notion of Christology. So I think that is the ancient Near East is still relevant to studying the New Testament, and like we discussed a little earlier in the live stream, you really can't get a firm grasp on what many of the New Testament writers were trying to communicate without understanding the Old Testament and its context. You know, it's one thing to try to understand the New Testament in, you know, its first century context. Yeah, absolutely. You do that, definitely. But when it starts quoting the Old Testament, you need to understand what the original context was in order to get that right. Like, for example, a lot of people don't understand the whole context behind, say, the Isaiah passages where it talks about the coming of Emmanuel. You know, that's a prophetic portent discussing a specific war that happened in the ancient Near East with huge amounts of politics on all sides. If you know that, it helps you to exegete the Emmanuel passages in the New Testament. And that's why that is being quoted. You know, yes, there's a war going on in Isaiah. You know, you have the Syria Ephraimite war. You know, and you know, Assyria then, you know, puts its lot into this. Okay, so you have conflict on all sides, and Israel makes a bad choice. There's a second war going on with coming of Emmanuel. That second war is between the forces of darkness. And this time, this is the right time, the right choice, and the solution to the conflict, which is the conquest of sin. So to gather that, you need the context of the ancient Near East to interpret that passage. So that's why I think it's very important. And you can go through the Old Testament or the New Testament, and you can do that, especially when you hit like books like Revelation, which is almost entirely being quoting the Old Testament. Well, this is one of the things that's always bugged me about, say, commentaries on the book of Revelation. I mean, this has bothered me a long time, is you get these, I mean, the apocalypse of Jesus Christ, you know, the book of Revelation. It's supposed to be the unveiling, the revealing of the mysteries of the Old Testament. Well, it amazes me how many commentaries in the book of Revelation make very little reference to the Old Testament. It's shocking. They're doing it from, say, a critical perspective, or by comparing Revelation to other books in the New Testament. They'll scarcely hit, say, books in the Old Testament, where it's like drawing out all its sources. It's just crazy. It's just absolutely crazy that you know, commentators on the book of Revelation scarcely touch the Old Testament or the ancient Near Eastern background of it. And yet it's absolutely imperative if you want to understand the book. So yeah, I think it's relevant, and I think it's necessary in some cases. If you're gonna focus on the book of Revelation as your sort of area of study, you need to know the ancient Near East. So anyway, thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciate it, and thank you for the opportunity to vent my spleen some more. Okay, where are we? Historical Strategy Gaming for $5. Thank you very much for the super chat. Public expert opinion on the Cleopatra Netflix documentary that is supposed to come out next month. Ooh, it looks anachronistic to me. From the little I've seen, it looks like they're trying to recast the Greek dynasty of the Ptolemies to look very, very much like the Nubian dynasty, the Nubian 25th dynasty. So I think there's some historical issues there. I think that's deeply problematic as far as historical revisionism goes. You know, okay, I know they're trying to show diversity, but there's a time and a place for that. If you're trying to teach history, you can't sacrifice history for diversity. It's just irresponsible. So, that's sort of my opinion on this. Until I see it, I won't make a final opinion, but that's what I've seen so far. So anyway, thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciate it. I'll take this one here from Patui. And it's not a super chat, but I'll do it anyway. What is the exclamation Abarak in Genesis 41, 43? Brooks believes it's a Semitic loanword to the Egyptian Barak, Neil Spiegelberg, breasted and lambed and propose its Egyptian Ebarek. Your attention. Others suggest an Akkadian loanword, Abaraku, steward. Okay. I did look this odd one up. It does appear to be something along the lines of kneeling. Let me just get you a reference here, because it is in Lesko, believe it or not. I'll just quickly pull that one up and just make sure I have it. Let's see what Lesko says. But yeah, it is an Egyptian word. That much I agree with. It is an Egyptian loanword. And I did find it in Lesko at one point. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, it comes from an Egyptian loanword. Let's see if I can put this up here. Guys, this will. Let's see if I can pull a window here. See if I can get that up. Okay. This will be just a second. Awesome. Alrighty. Okay. Here we go. It's in Let's Go here. To serve as an acolyte, to offer, to present, to kneel in homage. Okay. And it appears twice in Kitchen's Ramesside Inscriptions, Volume 5. And you can easily see it as the second entry from the top there. So, it also has related to the the verb baraku, gifts, homage, greetings, obeisance. All right. So. Yes, it is super dang cool. So yes, it is absolutely an Egyptian Rome word. I think Bruges is closer to this than either breasted or lambden. So I think it's very close to kneel here, and it does appear. I mean, it's a loan word. I mean, there's no question about it. It's Egyptian loan word. So it's another one of those excellent loan words that appears, and it's Ramesside, and that's what's even more interesting is it appears to be Ramesside. So with that said, thank you very much for the question. Great question. Great question. All right, the next question here. Okay. Looks like we're into the sponsorships now. Oh. I'm not quite. I jumped a gun a bit. Make sure I didn't go too far. Okay. Okay, Dylan Beamer for $5. Thank you very much for the super chat. What do you make of Egypt as the iron smelting furnace in 1 Kings 8:41, Deuteronomy 4:20, and Jeremiah 11:4? Any sources you'd recommend? Well, sources I'd recommend would be a good commentary. And there are several good commentaries out on all these books. So if you had to go to Chronicles, then it'd be a different matter. But there's a lot of good commentaries on Kings, Deuteronomy, and Jeremiah. So I would go, first of all, to a good critical commentary. Now, make of Egypt as the smelting furnace. Let's actually look at one of those passages here, like 1 Kings. 1 Kings 8. 41. Also concerning the foreigner who is not thy people Israel, when he comes from the far lands in the land's sake. 841. Don't see that having to do with a smelting furnace, though. Do you mean 2 Kings by any chance? Nope. All right, well, I can't find that one. Let's try Deuteronomy 4. Deuteronomy 4. 20? Okay. But the Lord has taken you and brought you out of the iron furnace from Egypt to be a people for his own possession as today. Okay. And we'll just do Jeremiah as well. Get the whole trifecta here. At least we can. Jeremiah 11. 4. Say to them, thus says the Lord, I'm starting verse 3. The Lord God of Israel, cursed is the man who does not heed the words of his covenant, for which I commanded your forefathers in the day that I brought them out of the land of Egypt from the iron furnace, saying, listen to me, my voice, and do according to all which I command you, so shall be my people, and I will be your God. Okay, now let's talk about the symbol of an iron furnace. Now, one of the things about iron furnaces in the way it smelts iron is smelting technology is different than, say, copper alloy. There are copper smelters too, but they don't get that hot. They don't get that hot to get the purification they need. You can actually construct a copper alloy furnace with relatively few supplies and, say, fuel. Now, the thing is, when you do smelting of copper, you have to basically almost liquefy it. You liquefy it, and it sort of loses its form in the furnace. Iron isn't like that. Iron, when the iron ore is added to the furnace, it takes a great amount of heat to actually turn it into metallic iron. And it never gets hot enough to melt. So what you're doing when you make an iron furnace is you have bellows. Okay. Now, copper furnaces also had bellows, but you need a lot of bellows for an iron furnace. And a lot of heat. And it takes a long time. You're slowly roasting the iron ore at high temperatures to drive off the oxides and other impurities. And it doesn't change form. So it doesn't change shape. So the iron ore doesn't change shape in the furnace. But what it does do is it drives out all the non-metallic elements and basically turns it into a metal that can then be gathered together and forged. So what this is driving at is it's basically God is saying, hey, you were in Egypt in a furnace and high heat was applied. Now I'm bringing you out and turning you into something useful. So that's sort of the symbolism here, is that slavery in Egypt was that iron furnace. And now that you've gone through that purification process, you will now serve the kingdom of God. So it's a really interesting illustration, metaphor here. And that's what's being driven at here. So anyway, thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciate it, and I hope that helps. Okay, Jack Ray for 545. Thank you very much for the super chat. Bonbon question sponsor. Okay. Let's go to our beginning of the bonbons here. At least the next one. Let me see. What's a good bonbon question? All right, let's go down a bit here. Oh, I got lots. They've sponsored a lot of bonbon questions tonight. Yeah, we're going to be with the bonbon questions here for a little while. I'll take this one here. How did ancient Egyptians quell rebellions and conquer territories like Kush? With brute force. What sort of propaganda did they deploy towards conquered populations to make them obedient? Lots of brute force. The Egyptians, when they quelled, they had different policies when they conquered different territories. Like, for example, in like Canaan, there was less chance of, say, the city-states rising up. So hegemonic town or garrison towns tended to be a lot smaller. In the case of Kush, the prospect of rebellion was frequent. So they actually had fortresses. They had a fortress at Semna. They had a fortress at Buhan. They also installed temples as administrative centers. So Amara West is an example of one of those temples that's in Sudan. That is was meant to be a warning. Abu Simbel. Oh my gosh. That is also a warning to Kush. You know, that big, gorgeous temple at Abu Simbel. You know, it's facing the lands of Kush. And it's meant to show the might and the power of Ramses II. Don't rebel Otherwise, I'm going to do to you what I did to the Hittites. Of course, dirty little secret. That thing with the Hittites was kind of a draw. But Cushites didn't know that. But yeah, there was a rebellion during the reign of Thutmose II. When Thutmose II took to the throne, Cush immediately revolted. And generals were sent down, they broke skulls, and, they put down that rebellion. So, that's, there wasn't so much propaganda. Now, there was a propaganda arm in that it was a warning. They would issue warnings all over the place. Basically, you defy the might of Egypt, you're going to suffer. If they put down a king and make him his vassal, they're going to take his sons, ship him to the royal cough, teach him all the beauty and marvels of Egypt, and then send them back as more or less their puppets. So they did that. That's what they did with the hostages. Okay, so basically the process of quelling rebellions was send in the jackboots, crush them, break some skulls, set up some temples, fortresses, and administrative centers to keep watch on the people, take some hostages, send them back to the royal cough to teach them how to read Egyptian, how to be good civilized scribes, and send them back as puppets. So that was typically how they handled this. So anyway, thank you very much for the question, and thank you to Jack Ray for sponsoring this question. Okay. I'm going to have to keep track of this. Okay, Jack Ray for 1337. Thank you very much for the super chat. Another Bon question. Okay. Okay, he asks, which intermediate period did Egyptians find to be the worst? I read recently a paper about depression in Egypt, and it talked about how depression literature emerged in the first intermediate period because it felt so hopeless. Actually, that was not really what happened in the first intermediate period. Now, you did have that really bloody civil war between the Heracleopolitans and the Thebans. Okay? But we also found, too, that the first intermediate period was a time where the peasant didn't suffer that much. We find that tomb decorations were on the increase, and that's usually a sign of prosperity. We also find that for the typical Egyptian, it was not so bad. Now, the official propaganda was different because there was a political agenda in that prophetic literature. They were using that depression motif, invader motif, to prop up the new bureaucracy of the 12th dynasty. You had a change of dynasties happen in the middle of them, after Dynasty 11 in the Middle Kingdom. Egypt had just been through a Wekhmswt. Amenhotep IV had lost his marbles. He was insane. And they declared a Wekhmswt, and then he died, and Amenhotep I started a new dynasty. Well, he was vizier. He wasn't royal. He either had to be a way to legitimize his rule. So they developed this prophetic literature that said, hey, Amenhotep I is savior of the world. And what's going to save us is more government. Ooh. Yeah. Yeah, more government solves everything. But that was what the line was. I think the intermediate period that Egyptians found to be the worst was probably it's kind of a toss-up between the second and the third. The second intermediate period, the Hyksos were very oppressive. But the third intermediate period wasn't no cake ride either. You had competing dynasties, you had Persians, you had Assyrians, third intermediate period was no fun. No fun at all. So you had oppressive regimes in both the second and the third. So I think amongst, say, Egyptians, ones that are going to be the most reviled are probably going to be the second intermediate periods. Just because the Hyksos were seen as barbaric monsters. Not as bad as the Persians. No, not by a long shot. But by the time the Persians roll around, they had forgotten more or less all about the Hyksos. So anyway, I hope that answers your question. Thank you to Jack Ray not Jack Ray. Was it Jack Ray? Yeah, it was Jack Ray who sponsored that question. Very, very much appreciate it. Okay, that's 1032. All right, Jack Ray for $3.08. Thank you very much for the super chat. And sponsoring another bonbon question. All right, more bonbon. Okay, according to Exodus 23:13, we cannot even say the name of idols. If we say Tutmosis III was worshipped as a deity and an idol, are we forbidden from saying his name? No. Let's get into the reason why. Okay, so we're going to pull up a Bible here. And we're going to go to Exodus 23, verse 13. All right. Now, let's get into a little context here. Okay, so we're talking about the Ascendry laws that are supposedly commentaries on the Decalogue that's been just given in Exodus chapter 20. So we get into some agricultural laws. And you shall sow your land for 6 years and gather its yield, but on the 7th year you shall let it rest and lie fallow, so the needy of your people may eat, and whatever you leave the beast of the field may eat. You are to do the same with your vineyard and your olive grove. Okay, this is an extension of the Sabbath law. 6 days you are to work, but on the 7th day you shall cease from your labor, in order that your ox and your donkey may rest, and the son of your female slave, as well as your stranger, may refresh themselves. Sabbath law. Now, concerning everything that which I've said to you, be on your guard. Do not mention the name of other gods, nor let them be heard from your mouth. Okay. Why would this be applicable to Sabbath law? Because that's the context, is Sabbath law. Well, it works like this. The Sabbath is your covenant to faithfulness to God, at least under the terms of the Sinai covenant. So when Moses gave the people of Israel the 10 commandments, the Sabbath was the sign of the covenant. It's a treaty. It's a suzerain vassal treaty. So when a suzerain conquers a city and he gives you a treaty, you say, okay, I'm not going to rebel. And there's a stipulation. And the suzerain's going to say to his people, okay, yes, I'm glad you're not going to rebel, but you got to do something for me. And that something has to be, maybe some booty or some loot or tribute or something, or honoring with a festival. In the case of the suzerain vassal treaty of the Decalogue, that provision that you are still keeping the treaty is that you keep the Sabbath. Okay. Now we understand that in the New Testament that Jesus Christ completes the Sabbath. So it's not the same. But here, what we're seeing here is that this is that reminder of how you're keeping the Sabbath to keep the covenant. So, the ultimate goal of the covenant is to worship the Lord your God. That's it. That's the meaning of this. So, they don't want you, the idea here is not that you are to utter the name of gods in casual conversation, like in the names like Tutmosis. The idea is that you are not giving these gods gravitas. Okay? So it's using a bit of a hyperbole here. So it's more along the lines of, don't worship other gods. Don't worship all the gods. Don't even, I mean, if you think if you're gonna start worshiping gods, don't even utter their names. The idea here is worship. That's what's being driven at here. Covenant keeping. And we go right into the next verse here. 3 times a year, you shall celebrate a feast to me. Who's the guy talking? Yahweh. You shall observe the feast of unleavened bread, okay? Etc., etc. All of this is that covenant provision. Okay? So this has really nothing to do with just saying the name of a god. This is everything to do with keeping your allegiance to Yahweh. That's what this is about. So, for the Israelites, to them, who were, today you mentioned the name Baal. No one's going to go out and worship Baal unless you're some sort of weird neo-pagan, because frankly, not even a very good god, to be honest. Okay. But, let's say somebody does, okay? Then that might be a problem. But back in Israel's day, people started talking about Baal. There's some worship coming around that corner. So a lot of this is context driven. It's very context driven. So the whole idea of giving the gods substance and gravitas would have inevitably led to idolatry. And there's even some suggestion that there were Israelites that went bad. There were a lot of Israelites were Baal worshippers. A lot of them. Awful lot of them. In fact, most of them. Okay? And it would infect entire towns. Entire towns would give them to Baal worship. So, this is just an attempt to stem that off. But no, almost nobody today is going to mention the name Baal and start worshiping him. Okay? And this is not the purpose. This is the purpose of this passage is not to take this little snippet out of context, because context is everything. Take this snippet out of context and say this just is just about reciting the name. It's not. So it's perfectly okay to say the name. Whether that's Jehudi as in Jehudi Mosa, Tutmosis III, or say the name of a town, Baal Zephon. We know that these are not going to end up in pagan idolatrous worship. So anyway, I hope that helps. Thank you very much for the question, and thank you, Jack Ray, for sponsoring that question. Okay. 1035. Okay, another bonbon question. Thank you very much, Jack Ray, for $3.38. And I'll take this here. Bonbon asks, how much is the claim that Hatshepsut was the real power by time Thutmose I's throne? True? No. She was, I think she was daughter of Thutmose I, if I'm not mistaken. I know she's half daughter to, I think it's Thutmose II, but or a half sister. But no, she wasn't the power. She didn't really get the power until she was widowed, and she never bore children to Thutmose II. But what she did was she had all the couriers in her pocket. Okay? Because she's sort of that remnant of the Thutmoside family. So, you know, she's a direct descent from Thutmose I. And because of that, she's married off to Thutmose II, whose claim to the throne was a little tenuous. Thutmose II wasn't the son of the Great Queen. So there was some issues about his succession. So he was married off to Hatshepsut to solidify the claim to the throne. And Thutmose II, being about 12, was not exactly good king material. He didn't reign for very long. I think it was only about 10 years, if I'm not mistaken here. But let me just double check this. But he didn't reign very long, and he came to the throne young. And his only son, Thutmose II's only son, was Thutmose III, and again, it was from a minor queen. So there was some succession issues in the Thutmoside line. Yeah, so she bore only daughters. I do remember that. So she bore, I think she bore 2 daughters. So her power was basically stems from her ability to sway the courtiers, who were more loyal to her than to, say, Thutmose II. But Thutmose I's power base was pretty secure. You know, as the son of the great queen of Amenhotep, I think it's the first. I'm pretty sure it's Amenhotep the first. Yeah, Amenhotep the first. The son of Amenhotep the first. Yeah, his power was really secure. His power was really secure. But Thutmose II, not so much. And it is arguable that Thutmose II may not have been able to keep the throne without having married Hatshepsut. So yeah, that's sort of the sort of the power dynamics that's going on in that Thutmoside dynasty. So anyway, I hope that helps. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciate it. Okay, and then 10. Okay, Addison Weir. Oh, again, thank you, Jack Ray, for sponsoring that question. Very much appreciate it. Addison Weir for $4.99. Thank you very much for the super chat. Is Basics of Biblical Hebrew Grammar by Pratical Van Pelt a good textbook? My former OT professor said it had some inaccuracies. Yes, it does. I know a lot of people who use Pratical and Van Pelt. At one time, I had evaluated all the Hebrew grammars, so I'm just trying to recall what I read in Prodigal and Pelt. Yeah, here's that one thing I read. I know I read this years ago and just escaped my memory because I never actually used it as a proper textbook. I used it as a reference. It does have some inaccuracies. I think that Kelly's third edition is vastly superior. Although Kelly's third edition is now more of a reference grammar than it is, say, an introductory textbook. It always had that leaning. Kelly had always more of the leaning of being a reference text. But again, I think Kelly's third edition is much better than Prodigal and Pelt. Avoid Siao at all costs. Oh gosh, that's an awful book. Yeah, there are some inaccuracies in Prodigal and Pelt. It's not as bad as Siao though. Siao was really awful, at least the first edition. I don't know so much about the second edition because I never got suggested. I never got subjected to the second edition of Siao, but I cut my teeth on Hebrew with the first edition of Siao. It is awful, really awful. And to be very, very frank, though, Siao was a godsend at the time. Back in the late 80s, there were no new Hebrew textbooks being made. So, I mean, this is the first, that was like the first Hebrew textbook that had been made in like 50, 60 years. And, yeah. So, we're at a point now where we're starting to see a lot more good textbooks. I think Hebrew grammars, though, do have to catch up in one thing. If I was to have one overarching criticism of Hebrew grammars, I would suggest that the focus of Hebrew grammars tends to be a lot more on rote memory and grammatical exercises than from natural language acquisition. I think the way that these textbooks teach grammar has to change. I think natural language acquisition has to become more of a focus of language pedagogy. So, guys like Prodigo and Van Pelt, they're not of that school. And frankly, few university professors are. Some are more enlightened than others, though. But I think natural language acquisition has to be the wave of the future for all ancient language grammars. But again, that's a future thing. But I preferred Kelly. Of the ones that are available today, Kelly third edition is my go-to. So anyway, thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciate it, and I hope that helps. Jack Ray for 570. Another bonbon question. Okay. Let's go find one. Okay. Let's see this one here. What is your explanation for why Egypt never generated any Axial Age type people like Buddha, Confucius, Pythagoras, Jewish prophets, etc.? Maybe Akhenaten was an early figure like that. Okay, but it's real simple. This one's real simple. Egypt was a conformist society. It was a deeply conformist society. And it was a stratified society. So you didn't quite have, say, castes like you did in the Indian subcontinent. But you did have a social strata that people had a vested interest in maintaining. So if you were to sort of basically characterize ancient Egypt by a motto, it would be trust the system. Trust the government. Trust the pharaoh. Okay? Now, there were some times when that no longer sufficed, and there was political and religious change as a result. Probably the biggest of these happened during the 21st dynasty, the beginning of the Third Intermediate Period, where you had the priests of Amun basically rebelling against the traditional power of the king. But the reason why it never generated those types of people was because Egypt was a brutal military dictatorship. It was a brutal military dictatorship that suppressed rabble-rousing. It suppressed controversy. It punished controversy. It prevented people from exploring alternate points of view. So, really, really difficult to explore yourself intellectually when you fear a good beating. And Egyptians were notorious for their beatings. They suspected you of causing trouble. The local constabulary would come around, beat your hands and feet until you were crippled, ask their questions, and then beat you again just for the sake of it. Okay? So, Egyptians were big on the beatings. They were really, really big on the beatings. Sometimes still are. But so that's probably the reason why Egypt developed into a conformist society, is everyone just wanted to avoid getting beat. Now, that didn't prevent Egyptians from doing bad things like stealing or corruption, but you weren't going to try to start a cult in Egypt just because, wow, you'd get beaten. And they'd beat you pretty good. They were a beat first, ask questions later. So, anyway, I hope that answers your question. Thank you very much for the question, and thank you for the sponsor of the Super Chat, or for the Super Chat sponsoring. All right. And yet another Bonbon sponsor from Jack Ray for $4.60. Thank you very much for the Super Chat. I think we're running out of Bonbon questions. I see it. Oops. Okay. Bonbon. Here we go. Why were certain craftsmen, example potters, leatherworkers, weavers, brickmakers, etc., often mocked in the satire of the trades texts? What even were the satire of the trades texts, and what was their purpose? Okay. Here's the purpose of the satire of the trades texts. It's to get naughty little scribe students to focus on their studies. That was the purpose of the Satire of the Trades texts. Basically, the Satire of the Trades text is essentially every profession sucks except being a scribe. Okay. Now, they're excellent sources of information because they'll tell you things in those Satire of the Trade texts that you wouldn't find out by just regular text. So they give you the skinny of what kind of life was like in some cases. But they're there to basically keep students in line. Okay? And basically, they were kind of rough. Being a student back then was rough. I mean, in some ways akin to Catholic school, private Catholic school, where you get a good rod beating if you aren't paying attention or acting up in class. So, but they basically said to these basically were saying, hey, let's say you become a soldier. You become a soldier. You'll have to march all day. You'll have to scrounge for food at night. It's cold, it's hot, it's rainy. You have to pay for your own chariot. You have to keep up your own equipment. You'll be parched from thirst. You'll have to fight giants among the Shasu. It's much better to be a scribe. You get to sit in a comfortable chair, in a comfortable palace, maybe in a granary, get to drink beer, and life is good as a scribe. Keep studying. All of it sounds familiar. Laugh out loud. Yeah, it does, doesn't it? I think this is what every dad tells his son when he tells him to stay in school, Yeah, and that's the format of the Satire of the Trades. Is every profession sucks except being a scribe. So keep studying hard. And don't mind it if you get the occasional lash from your teacher. It's a lash of love. Hey, I told you that Egypt was a beating culture, okay? True in the cough as well. But that was their purpose, okay? So anyway, thank you very much for the question, and thank you, Jack Ray, again for sponsoring this question. $10.40. Okay, there we go. All right. Here. Okay, let's make sure. Very, very generous super chat from Jack Ray for $105. Wow, thank you very much for that super chat. And he wants to sponsor yet another bonbon question. Wow. Thank you very much for your support of this channel. Thank you for that very generous super chat. And let's go look for yet another bonbon question. Okay, we'll take this one. How much involvement did fathers have in raising a kid in ancient Egypt? And how much were the birth parents of the pharaoh involved in raising them as opposed to servants? Okay. In some ways, it's easier to answer the question as to how much involvement did the birth parents of the pharaoh have, because we actually know more about that. In the case of, say, pharaohs, they were generally, let's say, the crown princes. The crown princes, especially first in line. You know, the first in line was absolutely smothered. I mean, they were just, given the finest of everything. But there was, they would have been raised by what was called the royal nurse. Now, there are several royal nurses. Okay. Now, this is not a gendered term. Gotta be real careful about this. There would have been a wet nurse that would have fed the child, and that person would have been involved in the first few years of the child's life. But then it was given off to a second nurse, who was more of a tutor. And that one could have been male or female. And that person was in charge of personal instruction of the child until they could be sent off to the cough. And within the cough, they would then receive more instruction. So the king and the queen, the great queen, would actually have little direct parenting responsibilities of, say, the crown prince. Now, the minor queens would be responsible for raising their own children. The king would have very little involvement. But the minor queens, they would be responsible for raising their own kids. Okay, but they were still given all of the supplies they needed to do so. They just weren't actually. They didn't have to provide any other food or anything like that. That was provided by the palace. Now, on the other hand, other social strata classes had sort of different arrangements. You did have overseers and stewards that would take care of some, and slaves that would take care of some of the parenting responsibility. But you'd also have the father also involved in raising the child, especially when it came around age 7. At around age 7, the father would take the child and start teaching them trades, whatever trade that was. Whether that was a trade as a priest, whether that was the trade of being a soldier, whether that was the trade of being a craftsman. It's at that age where the father more or less takes over the raising of the child. So the responsibilities in, say, typical Egyptian society were split along age. So the mother had the child until about age 7, and then the father had the child until after that. In the royal situation, because of the complexities of the harem, it's a little more complicated, as I said, because of the various responsibilities of the people involved. Again, the great queen and the king would not raise the crown prince, or practically any of the great queen's children. And they would be other people, the nurses would be responsible for that. And, say, the harem, they would be raising their own children without the king's involvement. So, anyway, I hope that answers your question. Thank you very much to Jack Ray for an incredibly generous super chat. Really appreciate his support. Has really kept this channel going. Thank you so very much. We really appreciate your really generous support. Okay. Jack Ray, I'm just having fun. Best community. Yes, this is the best community. We've worked really hard to create a great community of people who want to know more about the ancient Near East and the Bible, and who help each other out. So, yeah, we love this. We absolutely love the community here. I wonder what Dr. Folk would do if he got $1,000 super chat. He would say thank you. I would say thank you very much. Historical, I think 500 is the max for super chat. I don't know what the max is, actually. I've never looked it up. But you're probably right. It probably is 500. But, yeah, I'd still say thank you for that, too. Okay. So if Addison does a $500 super chat, will we do a 6-hour live stream? No, we won't, because I still have to go to work tomorrow. So, would love to, but don't have the energy or the hours. Dr. Falk, confirmed Pentecostal. Well, okay. Ooh. Yeah. Always spay and neuter your pet rabbits. Otherwise you get lots of them. Yeah. Yeah, we always spay and neuter our rabbits. They make better pets anyway. Much, much better pets once they're spayed or neutered. So, yeah. Get them from a rescue. Make sure you know how to take care of them. Be sure you have the adequate financial resources for vet care, because, well, that can be expensive. And get them spayed and neutered. And they can be wonderful companions. But if you get your rabbit from like a rescue, they'll usually spay and neuter them already. So, you could just... All right, I think we're coming to the end of the super chats here. Oh. Okay. 1,000 Clever Boy for $2. Thank you very much for the super chat. For Lego David's question. Okay, I think that's the one. Which books of the Bible are considered the most historically relevant, I think you'd be relevant, by secular atheist historians? That is a good question. And it's a difficult question to answer because a lot of that is going to depend upon the historian. Now, generally speaking, probably the ones that they're most going to probably pay attention to the historicity of is going to be the epistles, the Pauline epistles. Even though they're more pastoral in nature, they do have historical details that even most atheists will... Oh, he meant historically reliable. Okay. Yeah, even most atheists will subscribe to most of the things in the Pauline epistles. Okay, so that's probably going to be where they go first if they're going to go for a historical, say, book of the Bible. It's probably one of the Pauline epistles. Not so much the Gospels, and although you will find some atheist historians see some historical stuff in, say, later books of the Old Testament, like Ezra and Nehemiah. They'll tend to see those as more historical than, say, Job or Esther. They also will tend to view, say, some books. They'll give more weight to certain historical books too, like the Book of Kings. Although once you start getting to Kings, they start agreement among secular and atheist historians drops off at that point. So at that point, but that's also because too most secular atheist historians view Kings as a late book. So that one of those post-Babylonian books, which it is. I mean, quite frankly, it's a compilation that took place in the Babylonian period, but they're fine with that because that's done by other sources. So anyway, hope that answered your question. Thank you very much for the super chat, 1000 Clever Boy. Really appreciate it. And but yeah, but overall, I'll say this too: the amount of there has been a lot of swing of the pendulum. There was a time when secular historians said that there was nothing historical in the Bible. Nothing. I mean, I had a teacher in college who, basically said there was nothing at all historical in the Bible. That was Paul Mosca, by the way, in case you want to know. I mean, I remember him standing in class and there's nothing historically reliable in the Bible. Okay. He was saying this in the late 1980s. And, today, if you said that, people go, what? So it has changed a lot. The attitude in the field has changed an awful lot. So you do have secular historians who do see that there's at least grains of truth throughout it. They're at this point trying to sift out what is, say, truth versus, say, religious propaganda, as if that's not a kind of truth in and of itself. But there is a bias there, and it will be hard to get around that bias. But it's slowly changing. It is slowly changing. Now, whether it changes back, that's a whole other matter. So, anyway, I hope that answered your question. Thank you very much for the question, and thank you for 1000 Clever Boy for the super chat. Take this one, even though it's not addressed to me. Lego David, and this will count as one of our final, say, non-super chats of the night, since we are now at 12 o'clock. But I saw this question, I want to take this. Does Genesis contain a significant amount of Egyptian loanwords? Oh, yes, it does. I feel that would support an early date for it, along with the Exodus. Yes, loanwords we find in Genesis include Pharaoh, Nil, as in Abarak. We found Ramses. There's actually a fair number of loanwords in, especially the latter half of the Book of Genesis. So we do find Egyptian loanwords in the Book of Genesis. So not as many as Exodus, but enough that makes it very, very interesting. So, anyway, we even find interesting Egyptian practices in there too. So it's not just the loan words that we find in Genesis, but we also find Egyptian practices like mummification, like being awarded a chain of gold, which was like it's essentially the Egyptian equivalent of the Congressional Medal of Honor. It's the highest honor you can get in Egypt. Is the chain of gold. So there's some practices that you do find in the Book of Genesis that's just the embalming for 40 days and then the mourning for up to 70. Yeah. So there's the divination cup. Oh, that one's very interesting. Because we find a divination cup in certain tombs. Like King Tut's tomb has the divination cup. which is fascinating. It's alabaster. It's gorgeous. Beautiful, beautiful cup. It's got 2 handles on the side with lotuses on it. Gorgeous cup. But it's a cup used for divination. So when Joseph talks about hiding his cup of divination in the grain, that existed in Egypt. So we do find a lot of interesting, fascinating details in Genesis that does strongly suggest an Egyptian origin. So anyway, thank you very much for that question, even though it wasn't addressed to me. I did answer it anyway, and it's going to be one of our last non-super chats of the night. And I saw a couple more super chats here, in which we will round out the night with, and then that will be it. Because I'm not going to do 6 hours. Okay, the Pale Galilean for $5. Thank you very much for the super chat. What is your response to the idea that the Egyptian Sphinx is much older than Egyptology tells us due to rock erosion on the sculpture's body? Now, we answered this question earlier in the live stream. So this was a question that was asked in another super chat. So we've already answered this question, but we'll cover it briefly. The rock erosion on the sculpture's body is no more significant than you find at other places on the Giza Plateau. Now, if you compare the erosion on the Sphinx to the erosion on the temple, the mortuary temple of Menkaure, now that's the pyramid right next door, okay? The erosion on the temple is much, much more severe. And we know for a fact that that is a younger temple. What we see on the erosion of the body of the Sphinx is what's called wind erosion. Essentially, it's the Giza Plateau. It's a plateau. It's a flat plain. It has a lot of wind, and it picks up sand. And that sand, over time, erodes the soft limestone that you find on the Sphinx and some of the mortuary temples on the Giza Plateau. Okay? So my response is that the idea that the Sphinx is older than Egyptology tells us because of the rock erosion is complete nonsense. It's complete nonsense. As I said, we have younger temples on that site that have worse erosion. Much, much worse erosion. As I said earlier, the mortuary temple, the funerary temple of Menkaure is almost unrecognizable. It looks like a jagged coral reef. It's got like 4-foot holes eaten into the side. And it's unrecognizable as a temple in some ways. So, I think really the best way to date the Sphinx is by its surrounding architecture, which is essentially the mortuary temple of Khafre and basically the processional causeway and the other sphinxes that were probably out there aligning the causeway. So I think there's very little doubt, very, very little doubt that the Sphinx is attributable to the reign of King Khafre. Very little doubt. And no reputable Egyptologist, especially once you've been out to the site, you can't ignore the environmental conditions of the area when evaluating all that. So no reputable Egyptologist is going to say that the Sphinx is older than Khafre. So anyway, thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Okay, Mask of Shy for 6. Forget what that currency is. Thank you very much for the super chat. Hello, Dr. Folk. Does it matter for the truth of Christianity that Yahweh was once considered not more than a storm god in ancient times? Well, that's empty conjecture. That's really empty conjecture. We don't have early writings of say, I mean, if you take, for example, the Kenite hypothesis for the origins of Yahweh, that Yahweh comes out of Midian. We have no written records for Midian. Yes, the Kenite hypothesis is a bit of a supposition. I mean, it's basically there's a lot of assumptions that go into that. But there's even more assumptions that go into the idea that he was just a storm god. You got to play a lot of word games to get the idea that he was only a storm god. Like, for example, there's one scholar, I can't remember his name, who suggested that Yahweh came from the word Yah, that came from the word Yam, meaning the sea, and the sea was the source of the storms and the ball cycle. Therefore, Yah is just the movement of the sea through the rain and all that stuff. And you build this elaborate artifice of suppositions upon suppositions and screwing around with etymologies. There used to be a saying in the academy: never trust a philologist, because you just didn't. Sometimes they would play word games like this. But there's also the other matter too, is that Yahweh has many descriptors. So even if he had been attributed as a storm god, that doesn't preclude him from being only a storm god. He's called a man of war. He's also called a bird that protects his chicks. He's not a literal bird. He's not a chicken god. Okay. He's not a literal man of war. So it's just this is just, I mean, there's a lot of analogies, analogical language that's applied to divinity that, if taken wouldn't literally, just ends you up with silly interpretations. But I mean, does it matter if he was called a storm god at some point? Probably not. Just because there were so many other epithets that were applied to him as well. So, does it matter? Not really. I mean, it might be interesting if we found a text that said that, but right now we don't have those texts. We got some inclination from the book of Job that, there was, God knows what about the storms, but calling him a storm god, there's a bit of an intellectual leap there that I don't think the texts are fully supporting. At least not the text we have. Of course, if you're making up texts along the way, you can make up anything you want. Could be. Yeah, so I relegate this to at least empty conjecture. It's empty conjecture. And until we find some better evidence, I'm not going to go with this. But again, even if they did find something, wouldn't matter that much, again, because multiple epithets and analogical language. So it doesn't really matter one way. And it has no more impact on the truth of Christianity than, say, the chicken god scenario. So anyway, I think that's our final super chat of the night. It is after midnight. We've gone for more than 4 hours now. I have got to go to bed because I got to get up for work in the morning. So anyway, I want to thank everyone who's joined us tonight. I think we're going to call it a night here. Thank you very much for all the super chats who have been so generous with us tonight. We really, really appreciate it. I want to thank all our Patreon supporters who don't get as much credit and benefits as they deserve, but faithfully stand by us. We really, really appreciate you and thank you for your help and support. We also want to thank our regular subscribers and viewers. If you haven't subscribed already, please hit that subscribe button and the notification bell so you don't miss out on any of our content. And with that said, have a great, wonderful night, and I will see you next time on Ancient Egypt and the Bible. Good night, everyone.